Oh my god, my back. I can't talk right now. There's something stuck in my throat. Hold on. Alright. Hey, it's me, finally, Mizu. I'm back. It's been a while. We're gonna be playing more Etrian Odyssey, but I also want to play like another game as well. Like after we reach like a certain amount for Etrian Odyssey, I want to swap games and whatnot, just to like, I don't know, kind of play for a bit, kind of like a bit of a breather from like our typical dungeon crawling and whatnot. So yeah, let's just go here. Activate this. And we are good. I hear talk of a class that can control monsters with nothing but a bell and a few words. They're known as hexers. There aren't many of them to be found on this continent. I don't know where you got it, but with this cursed bell, you can register hexers from now on. Go ahead, try it. A new class to hexer can now be created. Oh yeah, we can make hexers now. Like, they kind of come really late in the game. And because of that, you're not going to be using them too much early, like, at this point. But me personally, I like using them. I like to experiment a lot. I know most people argue that you wouldn't do it in the original DS, but I actually did. Like, I actually fucking power leveled my hexer. And whatnot, and I actually enjoy using them. Like, same case for Ronin, but like, to a lesser degree. Hexers, I felt like I used them a lot more often. Yeah, this seems like an appropriate name. I want to level Curse to learn or Pour. The sleeping spell, because you actually need this for a side quest later on in the game. So I want to power level our hexer. What other side quests do we have at the moment? Oh yeah, I should go report. Okay, the golem took a while. The golem took a while. But yeah, let's sell our stuff. Oh yeah, I forgot to sell those. There we go. Ugh. Yeah, let's power level first. Let's do... What level is everyone? 40, 46, 46, 44, 28, 33, 16, 16, 16, 16, 16, 45, 40. God damn it. I can't let Curse be by herself because she's gonna die. Her defenses are not that good. Maybe Oak. Oak, you're gonna be accompanying Curse for a bit. We're gonna bump it to like picnic level so we can like power level. So let's put some points in here. Put this to level 6. Max this out. And then put 1 point here, 3 points here, and put 1 point here, and then max this out. Let's see. Yeah, maybe a War Mace. Because there's no, like, item that increases her TP. That's what we need. Except for this one. Oh, she can't equip it? Which one can she? I should have just wait for the flame boots. Is there any accessories? Oh, these increase her TP by a lot. Yeah, something like this. And then we're gonna bump the difficulty to, like, Picnic to start power leveling. I would say here. Yeah, here will probably be good. There we go, the power level. Alright. And then we put 3 points here. 1 point here. 1 point here. And then we'll start maxing out sleep. Oh, wait. I was supposed to keep that one alive. I was gonna do the frog grinding trick. God damn it. So yeah, the frog trick is just you keeping this frog alive, and then you just like, you know, keep killing its reinforcements until like, forgot what the limit was for the first game of how much experience you can get from encounters. Was it 25 or was it 30? I think it was 25k is the amount you can get. Unless they change it for the remaster, then I don't know. Yeah, sleep is great. It's like the shutdown spell, essentially. It's a good amount of levels. So we can max this out. We can put 3 points here. So 1 point here. And 1 point here. I want to max out Curse. And then these three. Maybe put some points in Sapping to like the max because of how powerful it is. I know this one's also great too, but I think Sapping's better if you want to like survive in general. Let-in is... It's not good because of how speed works in the first game. Blinding the enemy is actually pretty decent if we had a Hexer at the start, but where we're at, not really. Sleep is the better option. Corrupt is funny if you pair it with like... I would say it works well if you're using a Dark Hunter that uses bait, like max level bait. Revenge is decent in the first game, but it's more broken in the second game. Evil Eye is kind of decent as well. And then Suicide, that's the name of the spell here. This one's actually really great too. I'm not sure if Evil Eye works on... I think Evil Eye does work on bosses. I think so. Unless I'm wrong. Because I remember you could technically use it on bosses in the second game. But I'm not sure if it was the case for the first game. I think First can handle herself. I think. Like, level 21? Yeah, I think she can do it by herself. She has the stats for it. Probably. I don't know. Yeah, probably. She can probably handle herself. If she can't, oh well. Is it a reload to save? Lurk. Hey, thanks for the lurk strings. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I forgot to check the side quests. Hold on. Feed a strength. Oh, we just need an alchemist or a protector. This one, just a little bit into the stratum. God, I had the hiccup. I'm pretty sure this level method we're gonna do is gonna bump her to like easily to 45 range, which is where everyone else is at. Have you seen the trailer for Stratum on Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising? I saw on Twitter like people making fan art on Seraphon, so I'm assuming that's the reason why. If that's the case, that's neat. That's cool that he's in versus Rising now. I bet he's either gonna play like his free counterpart or like his grand counterpart. Wait, I have to like actually talk now because I got hold on. I bet he's gonna either play like his free version, like the one you get from the event Paradise Lost, or he's gonna play more like his grand version, which you have to like get through the gacha, like the Gaia gacha. That's where you get the grand versions of the characters. And they're usually like the top tier version of the characters. Like they're the ones that usually rank the highest in like the tier list and whatnot. I'm assuming that's what they're gonna do. I'm assuming that's the moveset they're gonna do for Seraphon for Grand Blue versus Rising. Have you also played the demo for Phantom Brave Lost Hero? I saw the demo, but I didn't play it. I'll probably like try it out like off stream. Or maybe I'll like stream it with you guys. I don't know. I didn't download it yet. I just wanted to finish some games I have at the moment, and then I'll download the demo and we do like a stream with it together and such. Like and whatnot. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea for like you guys in chat. Although I kind of want to play the first game first, and then I'll stream the demo for the new game, because I think that's way better in terms of like evolution wise. Wait, fuck, I messed it up. Oh, no. I'm supposed to stop at like around turn 45-ish range. God damn it. Hold on. Do you have Phantom Brave on PS2, Wii, PSP, Switch, or PC? I have it on Wii. Although I'm not even sure I would consider the Wii version to be the definitive version, to be honest with you. I'll probably... I don't know, maybe I'll play like either PSP version with you guys. I don't remember if there's like any differences between each console version. All I remember was that the Wii version was the one I got introduced to. That's the one I started out with. I have to yawn a lot. I don't know why. I've been feeling like a little sleepy lately. I think it's because it's like... What's the word I'm looking for? Maybe it's because of the temperature. Or it's like the weather. Who knows? I feel like when it's wintertime, I get more sleepy than usual. There we go. Oh, oops. Let's see, Wii was released under We Meet Again. The PSP released under the... Hold on, I need to read this properly. Bermuda Triangle. Both have additional features that was later ported to Phantom Brave PC and Switch under Prinny Presents Nippon Ichi Software Classics Volume 1. Oh, okay. Well, I'll probably play the Wii version since that's the version I started out with. And then maybe if I don't feel tired from Phantom Brave, I'll play like the Switch version to show like the PSP content and whatnot. Or maybe I'll just play Wii and PSP with you guys just to show the different contents. And when I don't mind replaying the same game again. Because I don't feel like buying like the Switch version because I don't own it on Switch. And I'm too lazy to buy the PC version because like I'm not really a PC person. Like sure, I have like PC games, but I don't play on the PC that much. I think like maybe 2 more rounds of this of this frog grinding would probably be at the. Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, so like I said, maybe like 2 more rounds of the frog grinding will probably bump her up to like 45. And at that point, we can just explore more of the stratum. Of the, well, the 4th stratum to be precise. Have you seen the new footage that came out for Doom: The Dark Ages? Yeah, I have. I was watching it with a friend, and he was really excited about it because he remember like hearing from the developers that initially they wanted to slow down the game's pacing compared to Eternal, which was a really fast-paced game. And my friend was like, "Oh, so it's gonna play more like Doom 16 and such." And however, the developers did add an option for you to change the game's difficulty and also speed to be more like similar to Eternal. So my friend's like, "Oh, that's cool. That means I can technically play Doom: The Dark Ages like, you know, Doom Eternal." And he really likes Doom Eternal quite a lot. It's like his it's like one of his favorite Doom games. He really likes the gunplay in that one, and he often like kind of laughs when he sees like people complaining about like how the game works and how how some of the complainers are like, "Oh, I don't know how to get armor," or "I don't know how to like get bullets back." And my friend's like, "Dude, just use your flamethrower. Just like use the chainsaw. You need to be moving around. You need to be like, you know, be a hummingbird on caffeine. You just have to move around a lot and like this, you know, shoot everything down, use your entire arsenal and whatnot." And that's pretty much how you would describe the general gameplay loop for Doom Eternal. Like, you really have to move a lot, and you need to use your arsenal all the time and such. And like, it is fun. I do like Eternal, but my friend likes it even more. Like, he really loves it. So he was really happy to see that the Dark Ages has the option for him to technically turn it into Doom Eternal. So I'm glad for that. Alright, let's sell our stuff. I kinda wanna... Let's see. Out of all of these binding spells, I'll probably invest more on this one. Because most of the enemies later on, more dangerous like skills like the bosses, is usually from their head. So it's better to focus on this. Have you also seen the latest trailers for Dead or Alive Venus Vacation Primes? Is also delayed release to March 27. I didn't know it got delayed. I didn't really keep up news for Dead or Alive Venus Location because I was like, oh, it's just another like Venus game. That's cool. Well, I'll probably buy like if there's like a Switch version, I'll probably just buy that one. I don't have a PS5, so like there's no way I'm gonna buy a PS5 version of that game. Right, move up and down. The game will be released on PS4. Our releases are Asia only, of course. Yeah, like checks out. Like the last time there was like, well, there was a previous like, yeah, there was like a stream volleyball that was like that didn't even get a Western release. You can only buy like the Asia copy for it that has like English support. So yeah, it makes sense that most of the Dead or Alive like vocation or like extreme volleyball games, they're only gonna have Asia releases because of like, you know how the West is. They're really personally, I like to call them dumb. The West is extremely dumb when it comes to stuff like this. Like, they're fine with like blood and gore, but if there's like a little bit of TNA, then they throw like a giant hissy fit for some reason. I don't know. Like, it's not like the West, aka the US, is known for being like literally #1 in the porn industry. Like, they are literally #1 in it. and yet they want to pretend to be like a bunch of like Puritans with like a high moral ground or something with like video games apparently. And whatnot. And like most of the content that they tend to drill like a hissy fit over, it's so like minor. Like literally there's nothing to it. Like they could easily exist without anyone like bitching and moaning about it. But for some reason they're like, oh no, we have to bitch and moan because we want to like insert our moral high ground for some reason to seem like the better person, when in actuality they're just a bunch of actual weirdos. Like in general, let's be real. Like there's no such thing as a normal person nowadays. Everyone's a weirdo, no matter how you see it. Even if we make fun of like the quote-unquote normies, I highly doubt like they're completely normal on the inside. There's some weird stuff inside of everyone, and I should know because I am considered a weirdo according to these normies. Like, I don't give a shit that I'm considered weird. I'm like, yeah, this is how I am. At least I'm honest about it. At least I wear on my sleeves for the most part. But I don't even give a shit that, like, I like anime, manga, and video games, especially those from Japan. Or just, like, Asian, like, media in general. And whatnot. Like, what was I trying to say? I don't care that I like the more like, I guess the more outrageous, a little bit more odder games that are like, oh, this isn't like high pump action or like deep like storytelling with like philosophy themes. No, I like playing games where like it's very obvious is like fan servicey, like a lot of tits, a lot of ass, some dong if it's like a guy like eccentric game. Like, yeah, I don't give a shit. Those games are funny to me. I like them. And whatnot. Like, there's a reason why when I was asked by like what was the word I'm looking for? Oh yeah, like there's a reason why when I was asked by my childhood friends, like, hey, can you make like a list of your favorite games and such, and I'll like show you mine, and I'm like, oh, okay. And for their list, they have like a couple of anime games that are a little bit on the perverted side, although the rest of the list is like, oh yeah, that's like cool Western games. I like those old ones. They were poggers, and they like some like Japanese games that are more I guess serious in the story writing and whatnot. And then I showed them my list, and most of it is like most of it is like eroge and like fan servicey games. Like most of it is. There's like a couple of serious games like Final Fantasy, but it's like Final Fantasy 3, 5, and 8. Like 3 is known for like being the experimental child. 5 is like the surprisingly dark game despite the light visuals, and then you have 8 that's like the most wacky dreamlike story in the universe, and I love every single second of 8. 8 also has good gameplay too. I fucking love the junction system of like Final Fantasy 8. And then but outside of that, the rest of the list is like very skelter. Like all the games, you have Fate, like Fate Extra and CCC. Like everyone knows what CCC is like. It's like the best serious story in the world, but my god, there's so much fan service in CCC. And it's great. I fucking love it. There was, what else is in my list? There was God Eater. Like, checks out. I love God Eater. Wait, I'm pretty sure I have my list somewhere on my phone. I don't have it on my PC. Let me check this out real quick. Where is it? Wait, where is it? I know I have it. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I have like Star Ocean on there. I have Senran Kagura 2, the best Senran Kagura game in my opinion. I have like Xenogears because I think Xenogears is like the best Gears game. I think Xenogears is like the best Xeno game outside of Episode 1 of Xenosaga. Because Episode 2 is like it's a good game, but I do think it's not really great compared to the other Xeno games. Episode 3 is a good conclusion, although I do feel like because of it being rushed, it does suffer from like pacing issues. You have Xenoblade 1, which I think is just an okay game. Like, I know most people will be like, oh, Mizu, that's blasphemy. How dare you say that Xenoblade 1 is the okay game? You should have said it was the best game of all time and such. I'm like, well, sorry, dude. Like, I really think Xenoblade 1 is just an okay game compared to the previous Xeno games and whatnot. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's just an okay game to me. Xenoblade 2, best. Honestly, great game. I fucking love Xenoblade 2. That was a really great game. Xenoblade 3 is also good too, but I feel like it's a little bit of a disappointment compared to like 2. There was Xenoblade X, which I unironically like. Like, I straight up unironically like Xenoblade X. It is a very funny game and a really cool game too. Like, dear God. And whatnot. What else do I have on my list? I have like SMT, of course. I have like Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2. Those are like the best spin-off games for Megami Tensei. I have SMT 1. I like the first SMT game quite a lot. There was also Wizardry, which I'm like, yeah, checks out. I like Wizardry. And whatnot. But yeah, I like showed that list to my childhood friends, and they were kind of surprised by the sheer amount of like fan service games on it. Like, they know some of the more serious games I pointed out, but they just never play them, so they only know like a little bit of it. But they were just generally surprised that I was like really blunt and honest about me liking fan service games a lot. But because to me, I just find them hilarious. They're just funny to me. Like, I have more enjoyment with them compared to like some modern games nowadays. Like I feel like modern games nowadays are are not that great. There's only like a handful I think are like decent. But yeah, like the fan servicey games that came out throughout the ages, and people tend to make fun of, like, I guess weeps for liking it because they're like, oh, it's so weird, it's so perverted, why do you like this shit? And when I'm like, I like this shit is cool, it's funny, it's awesome. And whatnot. But yeah, wait. Oh yeah, this. And then Maria. There we go. This looks like a good team setup. Unironically. Unironically, I think this is a good team setup. Like, you have 2 front line. Oh wait, I forgot to change your equipment, Shinx. Wait. I keep forgetting to update your equipment. I was like, wait a minute, I feel like I'm forgetting something. I felt like I was forgetting something. Yeah, I need to go upgrade your stuff. Yeah, like, yeah, I need to upgrade your armor. I don't know why I gave you, like, piss poor armor. Like, oh well. There we go. Much better. I need to go change my Landshark's equipment as well. Also, Phantom Breaker Battlegrounds Ultimate is also delayed to April 17th because of the time needed to implement and testing the online mode, especially for crossplay. Oh, that's nice. That's cool that they are delaying the game for like good reasons. Like they want to make sure that the game works. So I'm glad that they're doing that. God, I'm like sniffing hard. Hold on. Alright, this one is like Protector or Alchemist, but I don't know. I don't think my Alchemist is gonna last that long. So it's probably better to use Protector, but Alchemist is better because of like the enemy we have to face in this one. Oh, sorry, the enemy we have to face for this one. But yeah, we need to go to the 4th Stratum and like explore it a bit until... Wait, I think I killed the enemies here, did I? I need to check. If I kill them, that means we could technically... It's also telling us that most of the single player content is done. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, okay, we could technically do our survivalist team to gather materials there. Hold on. I want to grind some materials. Alright. Hold on, let me double check something. Chop. Oh yeah, I should level up Soul to like max these parts out. I have room. Yeah, I have room. The latest update for Lollipop Chainsaw Repop released early February will have a photo mode. The formal exclusive door outfits. That's the golf outfit. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad that Repop is getting like updates. Especially since the updates are like, you know, giving us back like old outfits that were probably difficult to get due to like copyright issues or something around those lines. So I'm glad that they managed to like, you know, get them, and they're like, hey, we can like, you know, put this into Repop, like, you know, give it like a little bit of constant updates and whatnot. That's great. I like that. Oh wait, I just remember we have to save. We have to save one of this for a side quest later. What do we got here? Steel sword. Yeah, we can give it to my land shark. These ones we can't make yet. This one we can technically. This one we can technically make as well. This one, not yet. We need to kill the wyvern and get its normal drop. This one is from the forest folk. This one's from a red bird. Same case with this forest folk. At least we can get this. Like, we can get this for, like... our medics and also, like, Ronin. Oh, yeah, you could technically use it, too. I forgot. Stay on. Hold on. I kind of want to grind one more time. Like, one more mining session. Oh, I forgot. I need to buy the wires. Hold on. I keep forgetting about the wires. Hold on. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to mark this. There we go. That's been bugging me. I was like, there's something on the map I forgot to mark. There's several Compile Heart games they are making or publishing that's revealed this week, including porting Noir Goddess Blackheart to Switch JP, released in February 13th. Scarlet's Salvation, releasing in May 29th, which confirmed a Western release on PC today. Oh, that's neat. I'm glad that they're like releasing I guess parts for more Compile Heart games. Although I kind of wish they made a new game sometimes. But I'm glad that they're like allowing their other games to be ported to like other consoles. There we go. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's fine. I know there's like another grinding spot in the 5th Stratum that's literally infamous for being like the best spot to make money real quick. To the point where from that point onwards, every other game will not have a grinding spot that's similar to the one in the first game. Like, it's like infamous for being like the best way to earn money. And they had to nerf it hard when they came to they had to like change how gathering spots work from that point onwards. Like, my god, it was a really broken like grinding spot. It was really broken. Let's see. The only in-house game revealed for 2025 so far is Totokero. Wait, am I reading this right? I'm like having a hard time. Hata Kare Calamity Angels released for summer 2025. Oh, okay, that's nice. But they are making a new game. I thought they were just busy porting games, but it looks like they are making a new game. That's great. There we go. There we go. And then this is like how you get out of here. Oh yeah, this guy. So you need to kill him in one turn to get his conditional drop, but I want to try to get his second drop and first drop, so we have to like kind of waste our turn. And then at that point, we can just start smacking the guy because he's asleep. And sleep is really powerful because of the damage output. I mean, the increased damage you do to a sleep enemy. Damn it, we didn't get the second drop. I want the second drop, dude. Let's see, the third party game that they're releasing for 2025 also includes Magical Librarian Arima. The Book of Seven Heroes from Hyde. Smug game from M2. Scarlet Salvation is developed by Nella. Okay, that's cool. Wait. Yeah, fair trade-off. Alright, do this. Do this. I think this is what it looks like. Yeah, it kind of looks like this. Yeah, I think this is how it looks like. Yeah, this is correct. Oh, oops. Did that too much. And then it looks like this. I think this is what it looks like. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. Compound Horror announced on Weekly Famitsu magazine that the next mainline number Neptunia game is going to be announced later this year, and the new artwork publishing is rumored to be a reminiscent of Honkai Star Rail. So is it gonna be like a gacha game? Is it gonna be like a gacha game, or is it gonna be like, I guess, turn-based in that style? I guess. I mean, it'll just be like another turn-based game. There we go. Move it like this. There we go. It will look like this. Oh, oops. Oh, I can't auto it. Oops. I could. Oh well. Let's see. Just need to erase this. Put it here, put it there. And then that's gonna move me to here. Let's see. This neat. Oh, oops. Need to adjust that. Technically, it will look like this. There we go. I hope it's not a gacha like the latest Madoka Magica or Blue Exorcist game. I mean, I don't know. Like, Compound Heart tried their best to do so many gacha games in the past, only for them to, like, you know, not stay for long and whatnot. Like, it's kind of sad, but at the same time, it's just the fate of gacha games in a nutshell. I'm surprised that the FOE did not appear here, because I'm used to FOEs appearing when you reach to this part here. Oops. Drawn that incorrectly. I think this is what it looks like, yeah. Damn it, didn't get the second drop. There we go. Need to look at this map. There's a treasure up here. And then this part here is where the main story is. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me... Wait, I shouldn't sell this. I need to keep it. Oops, I almost sold that. Let me save real quick. And let me read what you wrote down. Alright. Gem drops, aka... Star Ocean 2 or devs and Hololive announced Hanafuda and Hololive Hanafuda game with online support and features traditional Hanafuda rules plus Holo Awase, which is essentially match in cards with Hololive members to finish holo sets and release the members' unique skills to win. You need to get the most sets and points. There will be a story mode called Adventure Mode, Cozy Bento Box Mode, where you can make bento boxes along with Hololive members releasing this year for PC/Steam. Oh, that's nice. That's nice that Hololive is making like another fan game. Or there's another fan game based on Hololive. And it's on Hanafuda cards too. Like, I don't know how to play that. I tried it before in like some mini games from like other Japanese games, but I still don't really get it. I'll probably have to like practice playing it so I can fully get it. It's kind of like the same case with Mahjong. I cannot understand Mahjong, but like my mom knows it because she played it before, but that's like the Chinese rules, not like the other like rules that appears in Asia. Like I know Vietnam has their own version of Mahjong, but like my mom is more familiar with the Chinese version. Me, on the other hand, I have no idea to play Mahjong. Like Mahjong is just confusing to me. But Hanafuda, I did try it before. I still don't get it, but I don't know. Maybe if like some game I play makes me do it, I probably have to try to remember the rules and such. So like, yeah. But that's neat that Hololive is making like another like there's another fan game for Hololive. That's neat and whatnot. So I'm gonna do a BRB break, but it's gonna be a slightly longer one. I would say give me like maybe 30 minutes or maybe 45 for this particular BRB break. The reason why for a long BRB break is because I need to go like make quick like lunch real fast. Also, my family asked me to like cook some rice because they are gonna bring over like I believe they're gonna bring over like a lot of fish. So I'm like, okay, I'll go like cook the rice then and whatnot. So like yeah, so it's gonna be like a bit of a long one. So here you guys go, and let me go pin it. There you go. Alright. I'm back. Oh my god, that took a while. I had to I had to do a lot of cooking. Oh, he's back. Yeah, I'm back. Hey, Doomer, how are you? Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh my god. God, I had to do a lot. I didn't expect the BRB to go beyond 40 minutes. I know it would take me that long, but nope. I had to do a lot of other stuff in the process. I'm doing amazing. How about you? I'm doing fine. Prior to the BRB break, I was doing Etrian Odyssey. I've been just exploring the 16th floor for a bit, also grinding like a couple of characters. I'm hoping to get to the 18th floor, and once we get to there, I'll switch games to something else, which is gonna be I think the game I'm gonna switch to will be cool to you guys because I like it. It's a cool game series that they just recently announced a brand new game for, I think during the Game Awards. So because of that, I'm like, oh hell yeah. Oh, I can't wait for that game to come out. So I thought yeah, I do have this game on my Switch, but I also have the original PS2 game as well, but I'm gonna stream the Switch one. And when Crush, hee hee, yep. It's gonna be great. So yeah, let me go do this. Let me do that. Move there. There we go. Okay. Now just let me double check everything real quick and then we can continue on with the game. Because my system did fall asleep when I was doing my stuff. So hold on. Double check that. There we go. Alright. Let me move the text box real quick. There we go. Alright. Let us go. What part are we at? Oh yeah, we're at the... We have to go here for a side quest. But over here is a treasure box. So let's go try to grab that. Oh yeah, this has 2 FOEs here. Hold on. It looks like this. This is what it will look like. And then we just have to kill this tree. Don't worry, it's a pretty easy tree. We just have to keep finding its head. And then keep up on our heals. Just in case we get poisoned. There we go. You predicted the map. I mean, I have a personal save of this game. I played Etrian Odyssey 1 back on the original DS in 2007. And when I got the remaster recently, I decided to make one save for personal reasons. I'm playing this on my off time. And then I make one save for streaming, which is with you guys, and where I'm hey, we're gonna be streaming I'm gonna be playing this game with you guys. I'm gonna be streaming it with you all. We're just gonna go through my favorite Etrian Odyssey game and whatnot. And you're just gonna hear me yap or probably curse because of some of the encounters that happens later on in the game. And I'm yeah, I remember this bitch. This was annoying. And whatnot, yeah. And whatnot, so yeah. Reincarnation plot, I guess so, man, I really love Etrian Odyssey 1. Like, it's my favorite game, Neat Doomer. Like, when it comes to Etrian Odyssey with all the games, 1 is my favorite. Like, I just love the first game so much. Etch and everything. Like, it's one of my favorite DS games. And I'm so happy that I got the remaster that comes with, like, an HD remaster of 1, 2, and 3. 1 is, like, my favorite one. 2 is it's the fine game. I wouldn't say it's like a personal favorite. I'm just like, it's a good game. I'll put it in the middle. 3 is a great game. I'll probably put it high up. But it's not like my favorite, like, it's not part of the top 3 for me. For, like, my top 3 Etrian Odyssey games, it'd be like, number 1 is Etrian Odyssey 1 for, like, obvious reasons. Number 2 would be like Nexus, because I really like that game a lot on the 3DS. And then number 3 will be 5, because 5 is good. I love the gameplay of 5. And everything. And then when it comes to the rest of the list, I'll probably put like 3 at number 4, 2 as number 5, and then 4 would be like, well, no, not 4. It would be Untold 2. Will be at 6th place if I remember correctly. And then 4 will be at 7th place. And then Untold 1 will be at 8th place, so dead last. It'd be dead last. I didn't really like Untold 1. Like, as a remake of the first Etrian Odyssey game on 3DS, oh boy, it was not a good remake. In a gameplay point of view, it was great. I love the gameplay of Untold 1. But everything else about it, yeah, no, it's not that great compared to the first game. Well, no, that's like my own personal like I guess tier list. Yeah, he can't do shit because we took away his poison breath. We binded his head, so that means this tree enemy can't like spam his poison breath anymore. Thank God. It's a little bit annoying to deal with. Poor tree. It's an evil tree. Look at this thing. It's an evil tree. It's called Sickwood. How can you promote deforestation? I mean, like, oh wait, I forgot to take away the pin. Hold on, then I'll answer your question. If the tree is evil, then it's fine to deforest it. But if it's not evil, then you should keep it. This tree is evil. I don't trust this tree. It's like the tree in Final Fantasy V. Never trust trees. That's what I learned from Final Fantasy V. Never trust them. They're evil. And this is no exception. This is an evil tree. Trees is evil, trust me. I mean, let's be real. This tree should not be getting up and trying to murder me just because I'm just like walking around and mapping out the place. Like, at that point, it's self-defense. It's fine. I can heal it up. Hold on. He just has a long day at work. That's all. Nah, fam. Even if it's a long day, I wouldn't start killing someone just because I just got into the place. But yeah, yeah, this is correct. Just need to pop this open. We got some money for our troubles, and then we just put this in. We go up here, which is like how we get out of this little room. And then we can just put everything to sleep. There we go. Yeah, let me go mark this. Yeah, looks like the map is going well. Like, for real, like, Neat Doomer. Like, look at this map. We're actually doing well with this. We just have to fill out this part in, and then boom, we finish like the 16th floor. Like we finish mapping it all. Let's go back to town and like restock on supplies. Not gonna lie, when I see that, I think of Minesweeper. Yeah, it kind of does because of the grid. I wouldn't blame you for thinking that. Like, heck, I probably think it's like Minesweeper 2 if I, like, have never played, like, a dungeon crawler before. Like, unironically. But yeah, let me go buy some supplies. Take a nap. Oh wait, no, was a save again, just in case. Yeah, save. And then go back here, Sandy Barrens. Man, I love this Stratum. This is the oh yeah, Stratum is like an area. Neat Doomer, if you never play Etrian Odyssey. If you did, I apologize if this is like redundant information. Like, the labyrinth is composed of different stratums, distinguishing them as areas. Each area is like 5 floors long. Nope, never play Etrian Odyssey. Okay, so this is the premise for Etrian Odyssey, so it will make sense. This is for the context of the first game, but you can kind of apply it to the later games. So, in Etrian Odyssey 1, it takes place in a town called Etria, where the town is like this frontier town. There isn't much going for it. It's just like grass, sheep, and like cows and shit. So it's just like the boonies and whatnot. So one day, someone just went like, yo, I just found this labyrinth next door to us. We need to explore it. So the moment the news of this labyrinth started to spread across the continent, everyone and their moms are like, yo, we need to go to this labyrinth and, like, you know, get stuff from there to sell it for a lot of money. So the moment this happened, Etria went from, like, the boonies into this, like, major city where you have a bunch of tourists coming in, you have a bunch of traders, you have a bunch of explorers. They're like, yo, I'm going to, like the whores down there so I can, like, make some loot and whatnot. So, yeah, it's pretty much the gold rush. It is essentially the gold rush. And your group, aka you, the player, you play as just a bunch of people that are like, yo, I want to explore the labyrinth to see the mysteries that are down there. So in other words, the group you kind of play as and also make backstories for and roleplay for, they're just a bunch of eccentric explorers that are really curious about what's down there. Like, their curiosity is like a major part of their personality, sort of thing. Like, you're just genuinely curious. You're just gonna go do it no matter the cost and whatnot. So, like, yeah, that's the premise for the first game. I know, like I told you, like, you play as a group of people who are, you know, morbidly curious about shit, but you can make up your own backstory for them. That's the appeal of Etrian Odyssey. Like, the games don't really have, like, an in-depth plot, if that's the best way I would describe it. It's not going to be like, oh, you have cutscene after cutscene. You're going to have, like, a lot of dialogue amongst the NPCs and you, the player, and whatnot. No, it's more like you're given a simple premise and you get some cutscenes every now and then, but a lot of the things that happens in the game story, like your interaction with the NPCs, from, like, you kind of making up your own narration as you go through each floor, making the backstory and, like, making your characters and such. Like, all of it is on you. This game requires you to, like, self-insert a lot and, like, just play with your imagination a lot. To the point where I would say if you're someone that likes D&D, which to me that's like the ultimate role-playing experience, you're gonna like Etrian Odyssey a lot. Like, this game is literally designed to be like D&D. You're just gonna be like, okay, here's a simple premise, but you just gotta make up everything yourself. Like, whatever, like, lore detail that the game gives you, you have to make your own conclusion. And whatnot. Like, whenever you make a brand new character, you can just go into, like, in-depth of what kind of person they are. Like, do they have a wife? Do they have some kids? Are they, like, a nice person? Are they an asshole? whatever, or whatnot. Like, it's really up to you. And I think that's the main appeal for Etrian Odyssey, especially in the context of the first game, because the later games will go into like a more in-depth story sort of thing, Neat Doomer. And also, let me read what you wrote down real quick. Backstory: everyone is a god, turns on god mode hacks. Yes. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Like, legitimately, you could definitely make like your character backstories just be that. And when like, it's free. You can do whatever you want. That's how Etrian Odyssey works. And whatnot. So yeah, when it comes to the later games, 2 is similar to 1, where they keep the role-playing aspect quite a lot, but they do expand the NPC dialogue so that the NPCs feel more grounded into the setting rather than just being like people that you only talk to every now and then. Instead, in the second game, they have more variety in their dialogue, so you're kind of like, oh, okay, I kind of understand what this NPC is going on now and whatnot. Like, you know, they feel more like, I wouldn't call them a character per se, but they feel more ingrained into the experience sort of thing and whatnot. Then you get to Etrian Odyssey 3. That one is when they actually had a more in-depth story, to the point where there's actually 3 story paths that leads to 3 different endings. And the game still lets you roleplay, mind you. Like, they still let you do this, but because of the in-depth story, you're like, oh, which path do I want to take? Like, this path looks cool. Or you'll be like, nah, this path looks lame, I'm gonna go with this other one. And whatnot. Like, the third game, I feel like they had a nice middle ground between like the role-playing you did with the previous games, while also having a more in-depth story that the later games will go for and whatnot. So because of that, I feel like Dree is like the great middle spot. Like, they actually nailed it greatly, in my opinion, and whatnot. And because of that, I would say like Dree is like really good. But like, it's a really great game. The real question is, can you turn into a monster into a waifu? There are enemies you fight later on who are essentially humanoid monster people. Like, you have some cute waifus in there. You also have, like, the occasional, like, hot guy and such. And this even can apply to the later games, Neat Doomer, because I'm going to go by, like, literal memory. If I remember correctly, in Etrian Odyssey 3, you can make robot waifus. There's a literal class in Etrian Odyssey 3 where they're like, hey, you can make Gundams, you can make a cool-looking Gundam guy, or you can make a cute robot girl. Like, it's up to you. And whatnot. And then, I think it was Etrian Odyssey 4 is where you get, flower people. Like, you can make a flower boy or a flower girl. Like, you know, it's literally a humanoid flower person. And whatnot. They're cute, by the way. Like, the girl ones are really cute. There's also, what was else in the 4th game? I'm trying, like, to remember because it's been a while. The 4th game also had, like, a race where it's, like, furries, essentially. You have, like, a lion dude, a wolf guy. And then for the girl side, you have, like... I think the wolf... I think for the girl side, it was, like, fox waifus. And, shoot, I'm trying to remember the other animal that was for the girls. I think it was, like... Yeah, it was, like, foxes. And then... cats. Yeah, it was cat. Yeah, I remember. Yes, yeah, like, the 4th one has that. Then you get to the 5th one, Neat Doomer. The 5th one is like, yo, what should we do with this one? Like, we're gonna introduce more monster girls than usual. Or just, like, anyone that's not human. And whatnot. They're like, okay, what do we got? We have human girls. They're cute. You're like, okay, that's fine. What else do we have? We have elves. And you're like, okay, the elves are cool. What do we have? We have your normal elf. We have a dark elf. And then we have the necromancer class, which are essentially like zombie boys and girls. And like, my god, they look good. They look unironically good. The necromancer class, like the zombie waifus and zombie husbandos, they look nice. Like, legitimately. Also, it kind of helps that, like, they're literally naked all the time. Like, I'm not joking with that statement, Neat Doomer. Like, they are literally naked all the time. Like, the only thing that's covering them is, like, their coffin and their chain that's attached to their coffin. outside of that, they're practically naked all the time. And whatnot. What else do we have other than necromancers? We have the I'm trying to remember what was the other one. Oh yeah, there was like a race of like bunny people, like legitimately, like there's bunny guys and bunny girls, and they represent they have like they are like samurais essentially. Like you have like the guys wearing like nice samurai armor along with the girls, but then you have some guys and girls who are just like, yeah, we're just gonna wear like a loincloth and that's it. That's all they need for their samurai skills, just a fucking loincloth, and it looks nice. They can even wield 4 swords at the same time, which is really mind-numbingly broken. Like, my goodness. And whatnot. What else was there? You have the potatoes. I forgot what they're called in 5, but they're essentially they're hobbits, they're halflings. If you're familiar with that term from like Western fantasy settings, the potatoes are essentially hobbits slash halflings, where you have like this literal like potato size as like guy and girl, and they're just like very cute. You want to pinch their cheeks. They're mostly like, they have access to mostly support classes like medic and shaman. Shamans are like buffers. They're really powerful. Like shamans are like considered the best class if you're gonna do like post game stuff. And then the medic is like, you know, they heal. They're good at their job. And whatnot. But like, yeah, you got the potato. You got the potato race. They're really adorable. You just want to pinch their cheeks all the time. Small, cute army. Yeah, essentially. You can just pinch their cheeks all the time. They're just cute. And whatnot. Nexus are... Well, I don't remember if Nexus has... like, monster... No. Nexus did have monster girls. They had, They have the flower people from the 4th game. They had, like, one girl who made me thought of like a cow person. Like, there's this one girl who I thought like she was a cow person, but then it's revealed that she's actually just wearing a helmet. And I was like, oh, I thought it was a cow person, like Draps from Grand Blue Fantasy, because of like the horns and her chest. Like, I unironically thought she was a cow person. Because of Grand Blue Fantasy. Wait, I think I have her picture. Hold on, Neat Doomer. Let me see if I can find it so I can show you. Hold on. Where is it? Etrian Odyssey. Yeah, it's Nexus. Character. Wait, I don't have it. Wait, don't tell me wait, hold on. No. I only have the NPCs that appears in town. I don't have the actual character. God damn it. Wait, hold on. I can probably find it. No, wasted idea. Yeah, but it turns out she was just a normal. She's just a normal lady. But yeah, let me see. Look, okay, let me see if I can download it right now. I don't think it's gonna ruin my like stream that much. It's not gonna like make me draw frames. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see. Let me look at this. No, the picture's too small. God damn it. I need a bigger picture. Hold on. God fucking damn it. Hold on. Is there a bigger picture? It needs to be like high res and everything. It needs to be big. Okay. No, this is just a screenshot. Where is it? I'm pretty sure there's like an official website where we can get this, you know, big portrait. Hold on. These are just trees. Wait, what the fuck? These are just trees. Where's the NPC dialogue? That's a Halbermira. That's a cute girl. Huh? Wait, what? Are you for real? Hold on. It's not here. Where is it? Not detailed enough. Yeah, because it's like crunched. That's the reason. It's like super crunched. I'm like, no, it needs to be fully detailed. Are you kidding me? It's only showing me the characters from the town. It's not showing me characters from the what do you call it? From the when you wander around the dungeon. Hold on. Where is it? Nope. Are you kidding me? Come on. Come on. Come on, Google. I know you have it. Don't lie to me. I know you have the picture. I guess it's kind of detailed. Kind of. I guess it works. Show me the goddess. Yeah. I will. Hold on. Let me disactivate this. Move her up. I think this is a detailed picture. I'm not sure. Oh. Yeah, I just have to zoom it out. There you go. So yeah, this is like one of the NPCs in Nexus. Let's go. Yeah, look, I literally looked at her and I thought she was a cow person. But no, it turns out she's just a Viking. I'm like, God damn it. I thought she was a cow person. Like, I thought she was a draft from Grand Blue Fantasy. But oh well. But yeah, she's cute. Like, legitimately. She's also a funny, like, guest party member you get in the game. Because Nexus actually gives... Well, it's not Nexus. 5 introduced the idea of you getting, like, guest party members to join you for, like, certain parts of the story. And Nexus just decided, like, hey, let's just pump out a bunch of, like, guest characters and whatnot. And she just happens to be one of them. There's, like, other ones, too. But, like, this girl just happens to stand out a lot to the point where the Japanese, Japanese, like, advertisements for Nexus, most of them have her in it. And I'm like, well, yeah, checks out. It makes sense. Like, yeah, they use the typical cute girls that are like, you know, you're like, oh, yeah, it's a cute girl and whatnot. But then you have the rest of the advertisements where they use her. And I'm just like, oh, I know why, you cheeky devil. And whatnot. But yeah, like, yeah, this is the NPC I was talking about from Nexus. Full on personality I can give you, yes. 2 reasons why they use her. Alright, what is it? Alright, let me go back to the previous icon I used. There we go. Turn that back on. Oh yeah, if you guys are hearing like rustling noises, it's because I'm like snacking on some candy, so I apologize if it's a little loud. I see the eye patch guy is your type. No, I'm more into this one, Quinn. Like, if you ask me like what's my type of guy or girl, like doesn't matter, I'm bisexual, I guess. But you're telling me about like for guys, it's probably something like this. Wears glasses, quite well maintained in terms of like facial hair. You know, a little tall, has a bit of a gentle look. And whatnot. So like yeah, I guess that's for guys. For girls, it'd probably be, let me look at this. Because you can make characters and look at the portraits. Hold on. For girls, I'll probably say like let me look at this so it makes sense to you guys. I would say something like this. You know, a little strict, a bit stern, has like the looks that can kill you. But at the same time, you can be like, well, she probably has like a little soft spot in her, sort of thing. Like she has a bit of a soft spot if you manage to like see it and such. Like, yeah. I can fix her? Nah, not like I can fix her. It's more like, oh, she has like a hidden like moe side. They want it, you know, like a hidden cute side. Despite her being like, you know, really mean. And whatnot. But yeah. The Gap Moe. Yes! You absolutely get it. The Gap fucking Moe. It's the best. I love Gap Moe. They are the best. Oh yeah, dude, I can show you like the classes real quick. I don't mind getting distracted. I always like yapping hard about like games I like. Okay, yeah. So when you make a character, you pick their class first. So I'll just give you like, I guess, a brief description for each class so it makes sense. Hold on, I need to like move the candy from my mouth. It's like how I describe a knee doomer. You know those like giant candies, like the ones you have to like put in your mouth and you kind of have to suck on it for a little bit in order to like chew it. The one that kind of like a jawbreaker, like the ones you see in like Ed, and Eddie, like you know those ones. Like I'm like eating essentially like a Vietnamese jawbreaker at the moment, and it's like kind of stuck in my mouth for a bit. And whatnot, so I had to like remove it so I can like talk properly. Oh my god, yeah, pretty much. I'm like, yeah, it's like legitimately stuck in my mouth for a bit, so I had to like go grab it and but yeah, I'll give you like a brief description. So you have land sharks. There are frontliners. Like you put them in the front line, they do a lot of physical damage. They can use axes or swords. Axes are great for bosses because it does a lot of single target damage. While swords are great for random encounters because they learn all slash, which lets you hit like an entire enemy group and whatnot. And not only that, but you can also make your sword user learn these skills here. These are follow-up skills, and the best way I would describe it, like Neat Doomer, so it makes sense. Basically, when your ally uses a Dunder attack, your land shark will perform a follow-up attack. That's basically what follow-up skills are. Like these three here, like for Blazer, your ally has to use a fire attack in order for them to do a follow-up attack. For Freezer is like, ice, and then for Shocker is thunder. That's like the best way I would describe how follow-up attacks work. But outside of that, like, yeah, your Land Shark is designed for the front lines. They're just gonna be like doing a lot of physical damage. They're designed to like either kill bosses or kill like an enemy group and whatnot, depending on which like weapon you give them. Oh, like skipping a turn, yeah, essentially. And whatnot. So like, yeah, those are Land Sharks. So these are their designs. You have a guy with an axe. You have a tomboy, redhead tomboy, and you have a guy with pink armor with a giant axe. You have a tomboy knight. And then you have a cute girl. Like, that's all you get for Land Sharks. So, the first 4 portraits, I want to point out, Neat Doomer, these are the original portraits from the first game. Like, when the game first came out from, like, on DS, mind you, like, back in 2007. These 4 are the original designs for the Land Shark. And they kept the design. They didn't, like, upscale it. They didn't, like, had to retouch it and whatnot. These are the original DS designs. All they did was just plug it back into the game for the remaster, and it aged it aged greatly. Like, legitimately. They didn't have to touch up on it. Like, they legitimately, like, these designs aged so great. And whatnot. Also, hey Lex, thanks for the lurk. Sorry I ignored you. I was kind of in the middle of my yap as usual. Are the second and third siblings? You can make them siblings if you want, Neat Doomer. Like I said, Etrian Odyssey encourages you to use your imagination and, like, I guess roleplay a lot. If you want to headcanon them as siblings, you can. Or you can just be like, oh, they're from, like, the same tribe where everyone happens to wear, like, redhead and whatnot. They're just gingers. if you want to make them that. Help me, step bro. Yeah. And whatnot. Like, it's really up to you. Like, you could headcanon them as, like, siblings, or you could headcanon them as, like, being, gingers. They just happen to be from the same, like, tribe. The PG-13 backstory, yeah, if you want. Wave, yeah. Hi Lex. Welcome. And whatnot. So yeah, those are the original 4 designs. If you're wondering, like, why is there a 5th one? This is because when the HD remaster was announced for, like, the first 3 games, like, as a bundle pack sort of thing, they decided to add, like, more portraits, essentially, to kind of, like, be like, hey, like, thank you for, like, buying the remaster and such. Like, yes, it's the original 3DS games with, like, a lot of quality life improvements and whatnot, but we want to show, like, our love for our fans, so we're gonna give you guys, like, brand new portraits for, like, all the classes for the first 3 games and such. So there's also DLC ones as well, but I didn't buy it, but let's just focus on the 5th one. So yeah, they added a 5th portrait for every class for the HD collection for the first 3 games. And for this case, we got, the 5th portrait for the Land Shark, which is, very cute girl. You can tell that this is, like, new art style compared to old. Like, this is 2007. This is, like, this is, like, 2024. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, big evolution. Like, it's been, like, almost 2 decades. It's literally been almost 2 decades, and you can tell that the artist, like, improved his craft throughout the ages. Yeah, like, yeah, the face, yeah, look, like, the face shapes are completely different, including, like, the details for, specific parts of the armor and whatnot. Like, it's literally different. You can tell that there was, like, a huge, like, evolution of the artist's art style from, like, 2007 all the way up to 2024. Or make them gingerbread men. Yeah, pretty much you can do that. Jinx. And whatnot. So yeah, those are Land Sharks, Deep Doomer. Then you get to survivalists. Survivalists are your bow users. Like, they use bow and arrows. For some reason, they are incredibly broken in the first game. And I mean, like, oh my god, I did not expect them to be, like, overpowered sort of thing. The reason why is because of this skill here, Bow Mastery. For some reason, when it came to Bow Mastery, it gives the survivalists a 50% boost in their bow skills compared to like other like weapon masteries, which only give you like 30%. For some reason, for bows, it's 50. It's a lot, mind you. And how to make it even more hilarious is that they learn these two skills here. Multi-hit, which lets you hit a single target 2 to 3 times. And it gets more and more broken because of the damage modifier for the later levels for it. And then you have Apollo, which is like, okay, how is this broken? Like, it takes 3 turns for it to, like, you know, activate and whatnot. And I'm like, it's a tactical nuke. Like, the moment you use the skill and you wait for 3 turns for it to, like, fall down and hit the enemy, it does a ridiculous amount of damage. And not only that, but there's a chance that I can stunt the enemy. And stunt is one of the more broken stats effects in the game other than sleep. Because, like, if you stunt the enemy, it just becomes a free turn at that point. You're just like, yeah, like, it did a lot of damage. The enemy's stunned now, so it's just a free turn. Wait, is there a strat to just permit CC the enemy and wait out the turns huge? You could technically, like, get enemies into an infinite stunt lock if you know how their AI works and such. I know there's, like, one super boss in the game that you can actually get him into a stunt lock by taking advantage of his AI and whatnot. But outside of that super boss, I don't think there's a lot of bosses that could do that. I think there's like maybe one like main story boss that you could definitely like perma CC him, but outside of that, I would say not really. But if you just happen to be like hitting the stunts pretty often, then you definitely can. And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's like so yeah, these two attack skills, Neat Doomer, is the reason why Survivalist is like so powerful in terms of damage output wise. Like, the developers didn't think to themselves like, wait, we kind of made them a little too broken when it came to the first game. And once they kind of realized that, in the second game, they got nerfed hard. Like, Neat Doomer, the like Survivalist went from like one of the best classes in the first game, and then you get to Etrian Odyssey 2, where they're the worst class in the game. They got nerfed incredibly hard. Like, dear God. Balancing, what's that? Etrian Odyssey development. Yeah, like the first game is notorious for like having the most weirdest balance in the world. I mean, the first game and the second game, they were known for having like one of the more questionable balances in the franchise. 3, I would say it's a little bit more balanced, although there are parts of it I feel like you can break it in half pretty easily. 4 is kind of the same case where it is pretty balanced with some exceptions. 5 is definitely the more balanced game because of a lot of like things they did for that game. That one's 100% balanced. Like, it's really hard to actually fuck up, like to fuck your character building in that one. So like, yeah, that one's pretty balanced. Nexus is also the same case. It's pretty balanced game too. So like, yeah. What else is there for me to say for you, Neat Doomer, for the Survivalist? Oh yeah, they learn first turn, which makes you go like, oh, what does that do? Basically, it's a buff where your Survivalist will make one party member act first in battle. Like, they need to spend 10 of their TP or MP, if you're more familiar with the term MP. They have to spend 10 TP, just target one ally, and that ally is like, alright, I have the first turn. And whatnot. And what's funny about this is that this is supposed to be like, how I word it. Basically, this skill here is broken because of two things. One, it's bugged. Two, because of the bug, it makes it incredibly powerful. And the reason why is because the idea is that when you first learn the skill, it's supposed to have like a low success rate until you rank it up to like, I think level 7. And that's when it's like guaranteed all the time. But because of a bug, it's just guaranteed all the time from level 1. And whatnot. So that means the only reason you will probably put more points into like first turn is if you want to make it more cheaper. But most people just prefer to leave it at level 1 because like it's already broken to begin with. Like there's no point in it. So just leave it at level 1 and then boom, guarantee first turn. Don't you mean feature? Yeah, definitely a feature. Yeah, definitely. And whatnot. So like, yeah, first turn, pretty broken. Ambush, pretty great. Awareness, also pretty great. Stalker is good if you don't want to fight enemies anymore. And then you have these skills here. How I describe this so it makes sense. So, Neat Doomer. So in the game, as you're exploring dungeons, there will be locations where they're like, hey, you can like mine stuff, or you can take stuff, or you can chop the trees here, so you can gather materials to sell at the shop. And this is like one of the best ways you can earn money in the game. So survivalists stand out by having access to all 3 search skills. And what you will usually do if you want to earn money right away is by having a full team of survivalists. So you just have a team of 5 of them. You have one of them focus on Stalker to lure down enemy encounters. You have one to focus on Chop. The other one focuses on Mine. The next one focuses on Take. And then the last one will be an all-rounder where they invest skills in all 3 of them. And the moment you do that, Neat Doomer, you go to a gathering spot, you just start gathering, and then just quickly go back to home base, sell it to the shop, and then there you go. That's how you make money. Like, you just rack up a ton of money at that point. And whatnot. So because of that, whenever people are like, hey, what's like an easy way to make money in Etrian Odyssey 1? People are like, just make a team of survivalists. Just make a team of survivalists, make sure you did what I just told you, and just keep doing it. You're just going to be racking up money like it's nothing. Working in a game? Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's crazy. They are so fucking broken. Like, survivalist is broken in this game. And whatnot. So, like, yeah. So, here's their portraits, Neat Doomer. So, you have a guy. A girl. Well, the guy here makes me think of an elf. Because, like, you know, the blonde hair and blue eyes. This is your typical European or elf. You have a tomboy. Like, yes, the belly window is 100% necessary. It is 100% necessary. And whatnot. You have a normal dude. I don't know. Like, you can just portray him as a normal dude if you want. You have an eye patch girl. Like, I like her. I like her design. I actually tend to make my survivalists like this particular design because I just like the eye patch. Actually, though, yeah. The Chumbio, yeah, the Chuni. And then you have Smug. Look at this smug child, Neat Doomer. Look at it. Look how smug it is. Like, my god, look at that smug face. It makes you want to pump them if you want to. Absolute smug. But yeah, this is like a good 5th portrait. I just like the smug face. Absolute smug. So smug. She does not even have to aim at you. Yeah, exactly. Absolute smug. But yeah, what's the next one? You have Protector. They're your tanks. Like, that's it. They're just your tanks. They learn some pretty good tanking skills, like Defender. Defender increases the party's like physical defense. This is really good, mind you. Like, the amount that you get from the buff is pretty great. And everything. You have Firewall, Ice Wall, and Volt Wall. The idea is that this reduces damage from specific elements. And if you level it up to level 5, it can completely nullify said element for the whole party. And if you make it and if you level it up beyond 5, you can drain the element now. And on paper, this is broken, but in the original DS original, it was bugged where if you go beyond like level 5, level 6 doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't drain at all. Like, it's literally bugged in the original DS original. Like, it doesn't straight up drain. So it makes you go, So it makes you go like, wait. So you're telling me that it's better to keep it at level 5 instead of making it go to level 10 in the original DS? Yeah, pretty much. But the remaster did fix it so that the drain actually works. So it's actually safe for you to like put, you know, more points into like these wall skills if you want to use the drain ability, which I would say is pretty decent. But yeah, personally, I'm just gonna keep it at level 5. I think nullifying damage is a lot more beneficial for me because of the type of setup I do for my protector. So like, yeah. And when that was a protector equals meat shields. Yeah, pretty much. They're just the tank class. They learned smite. This is their only offense skill, mind you. This is their only attack skill. And it's really good. Because I don't know if I remember the calculations correctly. I believe the way how smite works is that it's based on your strength stat, but your defense stat is the major stat for it. So if you invest in your protector's defense quite a lot, smite will do a lot of damage. And this is me not including the fact that it has a big damage modifier to begin with. But in the later levels, you can bind enemy limbs, and it's pretty like efficient too. Like, not only your protector is gonna do like a huge amount of damage, but there's a chance that your protector will just break the enemy's arms so they can't use any spells or like skills associated with it. And whatnot. So because of that, it's like, yeah, smite's really powerful. Like, if you want your protector to do a lot of damage, invest in smite. That's so brutal. I mean, it's in the game. You can do it if you want. I personally use it because of the damage output. And whatnot. There's other skills too, like Unguard. This one's pretty good. Provoke is surprisingly decent because it's like, yeah, make the enemies target you only, and then if you pair it with parry, then you know you're able to like counterattack essentially, and it's pretty powerful too. Like at level 5, the activation rate is 100%, and in the later levels, you can actually like parry multiple times as well, and it's pretty powerful too. Like if you synergize provoke with parry, then like, yeah, your protector is gonna be like a parry tank. It's really powerful. And whatnot. Aegis is decent, I guess. I never really use it that much, so yeah. Parry your own parry, yeah. Yeah, so here's the designs for the protectors. You have a boy. You're like, okay, here's your typical boy. He's cool. He's kind of cute and whatnot. And then you have the mascot of Etrian Odyssey, Neat Doomer. Like, this girl here is the mascot of the franchise. Whenever you see merch, she's the one there. She is the mascot. And whatnot. To the point where she does make a cameo appearance in most of the games. And it's hilarious because Japan actually has a nickname for her. And it's literally, they literally call her Discount Saber. Like, you know, Saber from Fate Stay Night. They literally call her Discount Saber. And I'm like, I mean, they're not wrong. She kind of does look like Saber. and whatnot. So like, yeah, it's really hilarious in my opinion. It kind of cracks me up a lot when I think about it. Do you think Etrian Odyssey series would have an anime adaptation? I don't think it's gonna work in the context of the first two games. I would say if they went with the Untold interpretation for Etrian Odyssey 1 and 2, then maybe it will work as an anime. But personally, I think the game that I would say it will work better as an anime will probably be either 4 or 5, since those two are the more story-driven games and whatnot. But it will be cool if they did make an anime for Etrian Odyssey. And whatnot. So like, yeah, so yeah, we have Discount Saber. We have a grown dude, you know, less than an adult, your typical adult. You have a cute girl, you know, pink hair, green eyes, a bit tan, you know, pretty cute. And then you have Scottish man, like Nate Doomer. This guy is literally from Scotland. He's from Scotland. He has the accent and everything if you want. Like, it's fucking hilarious to me. I'm just like, yeah, this is your typical Scottish man. Why does the last one look so shady? The shield, yeah. Like, he's fucking old, dude. Like, look, everyone else's shields is, like, brand new. I'm assuming it's because they just started their adventure. But this guy is, like, a veteran. He's like, yes, I'm a veteran Scottish man. Like, my equipment is a little bit worn down, but, like, I can still tank. And whatnot. But, yeah, you have yourself a typical Scottish dude. You can imagine him with the accent if you want. I can't do it. I'm not good with accents. So, like, if you want to make this guy talk in Scottish all the time, then go ahead. A knight in shining armor has never had any battle experience. Exactly. Like, if your armor is brand fucking new, that just tells me that you never been into battle. You never actually fought in the battlefield with, like, swords clanging, arrows shooting, and whatnot. So, yeah. These are the portraits for the Protector Doom. Yeah, Doomer. And then you have Dark Hunters. Alright, I need to explain this so it makes sense, because this will probably take me a while to explain. So, Dark Hunters are your physical status effect users. They have good middle stats. You can make them frontline tanks if you want. They have access to whips and swords. Whips are mostly used to inflict bind. Yeah, the status effect called bind. And if you're wondering, like, what the fuck does that mean? Basically, when you bind an enemy's limb, you essentially seal that part of the limb to prevent them from using skills from it. Like, yeah, like Gag and Ecstasy and Climax. So, take Gag for example. Gag is designed to bind the enemy's head. So, when you use Gag on an enemy and you bind the enemy's head, that means the enemy can't use any skills associated with the head. So let's say you're fighting a dragon. You're like, okay, dragons use their head to breathe fire. So you use Gag on them. And then the game's like, congratulations, you have binded the enemy's head. So that means the dragon cannot use breath anymore. He's just like, oh shit, they cover my mouth, so I can't, like, shoot my flames out. And whatnot. That's the point of binding. And binding is really good because each of the games will expand how binding will do and work, and it's really cool. Like, there's a lot of benefits to, like, binding enemy limbs, and it's really apparent in the first game. Excuse me. Someone was cooking with these Dark Hunters. Yeah, like, the Dark Hunters are really fun. Like, for example, if you manage to bind all enemies' limbs, you can perform Ecstasy. A whip skill that does incredible damage to totally bind enemies. So in other words, if you manage to bind every body part of the enemy and you use Ecstasy, congratulations, you won the game. It does a fuck ton of damage. Like, a ridiculous amount. And whatnot. And how to make it even more funnier is that if you manage to pair Extra C with this skill here, Fury, where it's like, okay, you do more damage when your HP is low. Like, if you manage to get to a certain, like, I guess, HP threshold, and then you use accuracy on that totally blind enemy, you could, in theory, one-shot some of the super bosses later on in the game. Like, in theory, like, you will just do a ridiculous amount of damage to the point where you're just like, oh, this super boss is like 1% of his HP left now. Like, it just does so much. And whatnot. And then if you're wondering, like, what does Climax do? It's an instant death spell. Like, basically how it works is that if the enemy is at a certain HP threshold, you can instant kill them with Climax. And at level 1, you're like, okay, at 5% HP, you can instant kill them. You're like, okay, that's cool. What about the later levels? I believe at the max level, the HP requirement for you to instant kill them is now like 50%. So you're like, oh, that's pretty good. Wait, can you have multiple survivalists on the team? Yeah, you can. You can have multiple of the same, like, class on the team if you want. The limit is 5. Like, the amount that can belong in the team. You can only have 5 person per team, but you can fill up the team with, like, as many of one class if you want. You can make a whole team of protectors. You can make a whole team of survivalists. You can make a whole team of dark hunters. Or you can make a whole team of, what's the word I'm looking for? A whole team of medics if you want. And such. Like, you can just do that. It's really funny. It's really funny when you do it. So you can funnel all the first turn skills into the Dark Hunter. Yeah, you can probably do that. It will probably work. Like, you have, like, either 2 survivalists and then, like, maybe 3 Dark Hunters. Or maybe, like, yeah, maybe 3 Dark Hunters. And then you use, like, the first turn on them so they can get their binds in more quickly. Yeah, that will work. That will definitely work. Yeah. Now that I think about it, yeah, it will work as long as you maintain your defenses and, like, heal often. Yeah. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, that's, like, the funny part for Dark Hunters, like, Neat Doomer. Like, this is for their whip skills. You're like, okay, what about swords? I wonder if swords are good. Swords are really good, too. Like, they learn Hypnosis. They learn Paralyze. They learn Confuse. But the best skills from their sword skills is Drain, which can regenerate so much HP. Not only that, but it has an insane damage multiplier too. Like, for some reason, they thought it was a good idea to make Drain, like, hit not only ridiculously hard, but has the ability to recover, like, 100% of your HP in, like, the later levels. Like, it's ridiculous at how much, like, Drain can do. And not only that, but there is a skill called Bait. And what Bait does is that basically, if you place your Dark Hunter in the middle position of the team, your Dark Hunter will set a trap on both himself or themselves, the ally to their left, and the ally to their right. And if you're wondering, like, why would you do that? Well, when the enemy hits any of them, they will perform a counterattack. So it's kind of similar to parry, but instead of, like, focusing on, like, themselves, it's, like, the whole front line, essentially. And you can synergize this with your protector. And now your protector is, like, not only running on bait, but they also run on their parry skill. So you can just do a bunch of parry attacks on the enemy. And it gets more broken when you kind of time it correctly so that the amount of damage that the enemy does to you is, like, a lot, but it's not enough to kill you. And the moment you do that, you can just, like, parry your heart away with bait. And it's just fucking ridiculous at how much you can do at that point. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, those are their I would say important sword skills. Perma parry the platypus strat. Yeah, pretty much. And when they also learn Petrify, but it's okay. But yeah, they learned some really great offense skills. They also learned Fairy, which is great. So you could make your Dark Hunter really powerful in terms of like physical damage. But I mostly use my Dark Hunter as like a binder because binds are like really funny. But yeah, here are their designs. Oh yeah, like Nate, if you're wondering like oh yeah, how come it's called Gag, Shackles, and like Climax and Ecstasy? So this is like confirmed. Like this is legitimately canon to the universe of Etrian Odyssey. So it's revealed that Dark Hunters, they attend a school and their textbooks are confirmed to be BDSM manga. I'm not shitting with that statement. Like, it is confirmed in the canon that Dark Hunters, when they learn their skills, when they attend this academy, they get textbooks that are about BDSM. All Dark Hunters are all valid BDSM enthusiasts. Exactly. That's literally canon. It is 100% canon. You can't just be like, oh, you made that up. No. I'm not bullshitting you. This is actually canon. It's from the developers themselves. They admit it. They're like, yeah, this is canon. And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's like the funny thing about the Dark Hunter skills. It is legit canon. That they read BDSM textbooks. But yeah, these are their designs. Neat Doomer. You have a guy. He's a bit pale. Like, he's ridiculously pale. Like, he looks like a goth. He looks like your typical emo or goth guy. Like, look how pale this guy is. Like, look at him. He's like pale. He has blue eyes and blue hair. Like, he looks like someone you expect to be like goth or emo. The boots though, yeah, look at the spikes, dude. Like, it looks nice. But yeah, you then have the girl, you know, this queen. Yes, BDSM queen, the blonde hair, blue eyes. The type that you're like, yes, I want to get stepped on, apparently. Like that one guy from the SpongeBob movie. Yes, exactly. You didn't have like a tan one. Nah, but green hair though. Yeah, green hair. I'll show you her. Hold on. Yeah, you have a tan one. He's not that bad. Like, I don't know what else to say about him. I kind of thought of him as like, kind of reminds me of like a Castlevania character. I don't remember which one though. I remember there was like a tan character in Castlevania, in the games, not the Netflix show. I didn't watch that. In the games, you then have like another girl, the Josama, the princess, because of the drill hair. That's what I thought. I was like, yeah, it's the Josama, the drill hair. But yeah, of course there's the drills. Yep. And then you have the fifth portrait, Neat Doomer. Yes, the green hair. The one that you're like, yo, the green hair though. Yes, the fifth portrait for the Dark Hunters. A girl failure. A legitimate girl failure that is thick with triple C's. Absolute thick girl failure. Like, from her chest to her legs. Like, look how thick that is. Like, dear God. And whatnot. But yeah, she's a literal girl failure. I only saw the hair. Don't lie to me. You saw the boob. You just wanted to be wholesome. You're just like, no, I like the green hair. You're like, nah. You noticed the booba. Me, for real, yeah. But yeah, we have the next class. So the next class is medic. So medic, the best way I would describe them, they're the healing class. Like, it's in the name. You're like, okay, they heal though. But here's the thing. There is one buff skill that they learn that is notorious for being mind-numbingly broken that the reason why most people will take a medic with them is because of this buff skill. Well, there's also another reason, but this is one of them and whatnot. So there's this skill right here, immune, and you're just thinking to yourself like, how is this good? You're like, okay, so on paper, what it does is that it reduces elemental damage by a certain percent, and you're just thinking like, okay, so it makes you more resistant towards magic. Yeah, no. When they use the term all elements, this includes physical. So that means it's a flat damage reduction to all types of attacks. And at level 1, it reduces it by like, I think 20% until you get to the max level, which is 65%. And if you use a ability called Boost, which increases the level of a skill by 5 levels, it can increase to 65% to a flat 80%. In other words, it's mind-numbingly broken. %65%, yeah, and then if you boost it, it becomes 80%. Zero defense challenge. Yeah, you could 100% do that. Like, legitimately, you can 100% do a zero defense challenge, if I remember correctly. Well, actually, no. It's because your VIT is also your defense stat, so... Actually, you can do like a no armor challenge. Like, you can do that. That one actually works. You can just go through the whole game with no armor. Just rely on immune and whatnot. So, like, yeah, that one works. But having 0, like, points in your defense, that doesn't work because of how stats work in that game. But, going with no armor, yeah, you definitely can do that. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, mind-numbingly broken, Neat Doomer. Like, it's so broken that the next game, Etrian Odyssey 2 straight up removed it. They're like, yeah, we can't balance it for shit, so we're just gonna remove it. Like, sure, they give the medic more healing options that are actually really great, but, like, even they know that, like, yeah, we can't make a buff skill like this anymore. Like, ever since then, no Etrian Odyssey game has a buff skill like immune. Like, legitimately. But yeah, what other skills do they learn? Oh yeah, they learn Healing Touch. Alright, so I need to give you some context, Neat Doomer, so this makes sense why I would say this is also a really good skill. So, in the original DS version, Healing Touch was crap. Like, legit of the crap sort of thing. If you're wondering, like, okay, how bad was it? So, at level 1, it only heals 10% of the whole party's HP. And at max level, it only recovers 40% of the whole party's HP. And Healing Touch can only be used outside of battle. You can't use it in battle. And you're just like, wow, that's just garbage. I had to spend like so many points just to get to this point, and it's like garbage returns. Like, yeah, no way I'm going to be using this in the original DS version. But then the HD remaster came, and they're like, hey, we're going to balance this skill. And the balancing they did for this skill was to make it mind-numbingly broken. And you can tell at level 1, recovers 50% of maximum HP of the whole party at the cost of 3 TP. Only outside of battle. And whatnot. You're like, wait, 50% is pretty good. And then you get it to level 2. 75% HP recovery. And then you get to level 3. Fully recovered. In other words, if you level this up to level 3, congratulations, your medic is a free healing station. And how to make it even more broken is that the later levels decrease the cost. And at max level, it only costs 1 TP. And you're just like, wait, that just means I can technically spam Healing Touch all the time outside of battle. So like every battle where everyone comes out of it like having like low HP, Healing Touch at the max level will just restore everyone back to 100. All you need to do is buy mana pots at this point. Exactly. Like, all you need to do is just buy, like, mana pots. That's it. Like, you don't need to buy potions that much unless you, like, invest in, like, Slave and, like, Tier 2. But even then, like, you're not going to be using those outside of battle. Like, inside of battle, yeah, you're going to use Slave 2 and like, Tier 2. But outside of battle, yeah, you're just going to be using Healing Touch. Like, you're just going to be using Healing Touch all the time. And whatnot. And you're just thinking like, okay, there's no way meta gets even better, yeah? No. It gets even more broken. Or more better, in my opinion. You're like, okay, what do we got here? Attack up. Alright, what does it do? Increases physical attack. You're like, okay, like, that sounds normal. Like a medic learning an attack up skill. Like, how is this great? They learned this skill here. And if you're thinking to yourself, like, okay, so it's like their only offense, like, attack skill. Like, how is this good? It has an insane damage multiplier to the point where at the max level, and if you use, like, a skill that, like, buffs the enemy, like, sorry, that buffs the allies, like, attack and whatnot, for some reason, your medic can hit as hard as a land shark and as hard as a survivalist. Like, your medic can casually do, like, almost 1,000 damage if you set it up correctly. And whatnot. This is their only offense skill, and it does a ridiculous amount of damage while also having the chance to stunt the enemy. Now, they're all competing on who's the most broken, yeah. And you're thinking like, okay, how do you even make them more broken? Their attack up skill, for some reason, gives them a flat 50. Well, I don't think it's a 50. I think it was 40. Yeah, it gives them a flat 40% increase in their attack skill. Sorry, in their attack stat. My bad. And normally, for other classes, their attack up passive skill only increases their attack stat by, like, I think it's either 25 or 30 at most. But for some reason, for medic, it's a flat 40%. So yeah, like, it's kind of ridiculous of how much damage your medic can do because of these questionable calculations. So yeah, like, let me see what we wrote down real quick. If everyone's a super, no one's a super. Yeah, essentially. But yeah, you can make a combat medic, Neat Doomer. I actually made one of a chatter that comes in and, like, talks to me about Etrian Odyssey. Like, he asked me to make him into a medic, combat medic, and he's been doing such a great job. Like, he's been killing a lot. And whatnot. So yeah, let's get to the portraits. I'm sorry if I, like, took too much time just talking about the skills. I just had to, like, you know, explain it so it makes sense. I just kind of yap all the time because of that. So yeah, you have the medic portraits. You have a glasses dude, so, like, my type, essentially. You have a cute girl. She's also kind of like, if I remember correctly, she's usually portrayed as, like, the best friend of the mascot girl. You know, the discount saber. Like, this girl here, she's usually portrayed as, like, the best friend of the mascot girl. Like, she's usually found around her and whatnot. So, like, yeah, they're, like, best friends. You didn't have a delinquent doctor, like like Neat Doomer. Like, look at this. You have a delinquent doctor. He's your typical gangster doctor. I guess that's like the Western interpretation of it. He's a Yankee, essentially. He's a Yankee doctor. A bit of a punk. Oh, the fifth girl is me for real, for real. Yeah, the fifth portrait. Wait, that's the girl from the bottom of the screen. Yeah, the fourth portrait, the girl. The gentle healer. You know, kind of motherly. You know, very gentle. He used ChatGPT on all his tests, yeah. But yeah, you have the gentle, motherly healer. And then you have the fifth one, like you said. The one that makes you go, oh, that's me for real, for real. Yeah, this is the mad scientist. So cool. Like, legitimately, it's literally just the mad scientist. Let's go. Wait. What do you mean, wait? Is she injecting herself? No, she isn't. She's just holding her potion. Like, I know it looks kind of weird because of, like, her hair being, like, 2 different colors. But she's just holding up her potion. I know it kind of looks like a needle, but that's just the tip of her hair. And whatnot. So yeah, that's medic. Okay, then we get to alchemist. Alright, so need doomer. Alchemists are essentially the mages of Etrian Odyssey, but here's the thing. Magic does not exist in the world of Etrian Odyssey. Like, it's legitimately does not exist. Like, instead of magic, they use science. Like literal science. Like, actual science that we use in our real life world. And whatnot. And alchemist is no exception to this. They don't use magic, they use chemistry to mimic the effects of magic. Like, for example, like, you have, like, fire, like, infernal, ice, you know, volt, door, and thunder, and such. In Japanese, it's actually called fire formula, ice formula, and volt, like, serum or something around those lines. So it makes you go like, oh, so it's like actual science, it's not real magic. And whatnot. And this gets even more evident when you look at their design. For example, all the alchemists have metal gauntlets. This is how they use magic. They basically take chemicals, they plug into their gauntlet, and then they shoot out the formula, aka the spell. And whatnot. Like, if you want to do a fire spell, then just grab like those specific chemicals used to produce fire, plug into your gauntlet, and then you just shoot out a fireball, etc., etc. Like, if you want to do ice spells, just plug in liquid nitrogen into your gauntlet, and then boom, you shoot an ice ball. What is this, Full Metal Alchemist? Essentially, like, if I remember correctly, I think it was this guy or this girl here. If I remember correctly, the character designer said that he based one of the alchemists on the main guy of Full Metal Alchemist. I think it was these two. Like, he did explain that he did base these two ones on Full Metal Alchemist, like the main character design and whatnot. I'm not sure which one makes me think of Full Metal Alchemist the most. I probably think it would be this girl design. She looks like like Edward. She looks like Edward. Magic does not exist. And my joke to you, healing touch, is this strong like medicine? What is the Full Metal Alchemist? Nah, it's definitely the last one. Yeah. So yeah, let me go show the designs for the alchemist. So you have a guy, you know, big scarf, black, red eyes, you know, your typical edgelord. You have a cute girl, glasses, hell yeah, glasses are great. You have your typical protagonist, you know, blonde, blue eyes. He looks like someone from Full Metal Alchemist. Same case with this girl here. She kind of makes me think of Wendy because of like her hair. Or someone around those lines, I don't know. It's been a while since I saw Full Metal Alchemist, so I don't remember every character's hairstyle. No way, the first and middle one looks like the protagonist is... Really? Are you sure? They don't make me think of Full Metal Alchemist, only these two do. These two are probably like this is your edgelord, like kind of like Sasuke to me. And then the glasses girl is cute. I don't even know if I could technically see her as like someone from a manga, like as a protagonist in a manga that I read a long time ago. I don't think I ever saw a character like this. But yeah, you get to the 5th portrait. You have Kusogaki. You got the Kusugaki Net Doomer. You got the shitty brat. I literally, like, when I saw this design and when I was making my private save and whatnot, I literally named this portrait Kusugaki. I literally called it shitty brat. Like, I just look at her design and I just thought, like, yeah, it's a shitty brat. Like, I'm just gonna name my alchemist that. No way. Yeah, I literally did. I, like, in my personal save, I just literally named my alchemist shitty brat because of this portrait. I was like, yeah, it's a fucking Kusugaki. And whatnot. Like, I was just like, I just laughed at it. I was like laughing at myself. I was like, oh my god, like, yeah, this is definitely a shitty brat. Looks like that one green hair girl in One Punch Man. Oh, the psychic, yeah? I forgot what her name is, but I know who you're talking about. Yeah, kind of. Like, if you make her hair into green, then yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's Alchemist. We have Troubadour. Okay, Troubadours are your buffers. They're designed to buff. That's it. That's all I have to explain. They're your buffers. They learn songs. Bravery, really broken. Like, buffs the party strength. Like, it's a really good, like, multiplier as well. So, like, bravery is really powerful. They also learn skills that lets them put elements into an ally's weapon. So if the enemy's like, oh, I'm weak against fire, and you're like, okay, I can have my Troubadour make my party have, like, you know, fire on their weapon so we can hit your weakness. And when that's what it does, essentially. It's pretty good. It's actually really good. So they're playing music while everyone is fighting. Yeah, essentially. They learn Divinity, which increases the amount of experience gained in battle. This is good if you're doing, like, level grinding and such. Like, have a Troubadour with, like, max Divinity. And it also stacks 2. So if you have, like, 2 Troubadours, you get more experience than usual. So yeah, Divinity is pretty great if you're gonna do, like, power leveling. They learn these skills here. And the best way I would describe it to you, Neat Doomer, is that basically what these 3 skills do is that it increases the resistance to a specific element while also decreasing the enemy's resistance to said element as well. Like, for example, this one increases our resistance to fire while also reducing the enemy's resistance to fire. I hope that makes sense. So in other words, if the enemy is like, oh, I have, like, immunity to fire, and then your Troubadour is like, not anymore, and then they just play this song, and now your party is immune to fire while the enemy just loses it. Oh, so it's like stealing their resistance. Yeah. Essentially. By the way, this is only broken in the when you max it out sort of thing. Like, if you boost it to like, if you have a max of this song and you boost it, I think the reduction they get is like 90%, which is a lot, mind you. Like, 90% is a huge, like, boost and reduction. You can apply this to bosses that are like, yeah, I can, like, be immune to this, only for you to be like, well, not anymore. Like, they legitimately go like, oh shit, my resistance went from like 100% to 10%, so that makes me weak against it. And while we're, on the other hand, we're like, yeah, we're immune. Let's go. So yeah, pretty powerful. I would say this is good if you're doing, like, the post-game content, because in the post-game, there will be bosses that heavily rely on their elements. There's another healer. Yeah, they learn a healing song where it regenerates a small amount of HP per turn. But it's not that great. Like, it's really not that great. Peace Ballot, in the other hand, this one's the good one. This one's good. It's TP regeneration. You really want to have TP regeneration. TP is really important. It's like, you know, good passive healing. Oh, good passive like MP recovery. Like, Peace Ballot is really good. You do want this, especially if you're gonna stay in the dungeon for a really long time. Peace Ballot is really great. And whatnot. So like, yeah, like Troubadour, they are pretty good. They're pretty good at their job. They have a lot of synergy with all kinds of team setups. So Need Doomer, if you're like, oh, I want like a good like a good member for my team setup where, you know, they just synergize with everyone, get a Troubadour. Troubadours, they're pretty great. Hey, they can fit any requirement you want. You can kind of think of them as like the jack of all trades type of class, but they're just really great at their buffing, and every class benefits from their buffs. Five-man Troubadour thing. Yeah, you could definitely do that. But yeah, what was that? Oh yeah, the design, my bad. Okay. So you have the design for the Troubadour, like, Neat Doomer. So you have the guy. He's a bard. They're just singing and dancing. You have a cute dancer. I actually use this for my personal save. Like, this girl, I like her design. And what's funny about this Neat Doomer is that she does appear in the later games. Like, she appears again in the second game as a Troubadour that you can pick the portrait for. She appears in Etrian Odyssey 4 as, like, a dancer. Because in that game, there's a dancing class. And one of the portraits for the dancer is legitimately just this girl. But, like, slightly older now. Which implies that it's been some time since, like, you know... Like, since, like... Well, it's been some time since, like, the previous games. When you go from those games to 4. And whatnot. So I always thought, like it's a neat, like, little Easter egg. Those poses remind me of that red-haired girl from Maji. Dude, I love Maji. Like, oh my god, it's been a while since I heard about that series. Dude, I love that series, man. Pog, it was absolute pog. I love the manga. The anime was pretty great, too. Like, my god, I have not heard Maji in a while. Like, my god, dude. But yeah, you have, like, an older bard. I don't know why I call him older. I think it's because he's biting on the biting on the stem, and I thought it was like a cigar or something. He's just biting on it. He's like kind of lazy. He's like laid back. And whatnot. Nah, definitely 40 years experience at 20 years old. Yeah, definitely. You then have Exotic Dancer, and then you have the fifth portrait, which is Exotic Dancer, which makes me go like, well, it kind of reminds me of like a design you would do for a female genie, kind of like in Maji. Like, think about it. Like, doesn't this look like something you expect from like a female genie from Maji, or just like a dancer design from that series? They added more details at a certain area. Actually, though, yeah, it does. Like, legitimately. What was it? That person from Danmachi. Wait, Danmachi. Fuck, who was it? Wait, are you talking about, like, the Amazonian girls? Like, there's, like, 2 of them? Or are you talking about, like, a different character from Danmachi? Because I'm, like, racking my brain. Because it's been a while since I saw Danmachi. Damachi. There's like a whole guild full of them. Forgot what their names are. Yeah, no problem. I think I kind of know what you're talking about, but I don't remember. Wait, I think I know who you're talking about. Was it that one guild where it's just full of a bunch of hot ladies and like Belle is like in the middle of a couch, kind of like that one meme with like the lady and like a bunch of guys in the background? Like, is that the guild you're talking about? Exactly. Now, yo, yeah, she kind of does look like that. Oh my god. She does look like she's part of that guild. Well, I'm glad I was able to figure that out for you. I was like, wait, that sounds familiar. I'm trying to remember. But yeah, we solved the mystery, Neat Doomer. Like, we did it. We found it. It's the meme. It's the meme. But yeah, great minds think alike. Exactly. But yeah, you didn't get to the next two classes. Okay, so what makes these ones stand out? Neat Doomer, you get these classes at the halfway point in the game. You don't get access to it right away. So yeah, that's all I have to say for that. So you have Ronin. Ronins are samurais. They learn stance, where it's a special buff that allows them to perform certain skills associated with said stance. Like for example, Overhead has access to these 3 skills, while this one here has access to these 3. That's how stances work. Ronin kind of suffers from a case where, because of their stance taking up a slot in their buffs. Oh yeah, I need to explain this. So in Etrian Odyssey, each character can only hold up to 3 buffs. And you're thinking to yourself like, wait a minute, you told me so many cool buffs. So you're telling me that because of their stance taking up a slot for their buffs, that means if you accidentally, I don't know, put in the broken buffs, you might accidentally overwrite their stance, which means they can't use their skills until you make them reapply their stance. No, yeah, pretty much. That's the problem with Ronin. All their stances take up a buff slot. So that means you need to be 100% aware of what buffs you put them on. What if you only use stances? I mean, if you're gonna do that, then yeah, it works, like legitimately. If you just make them use stances. But yeah, that's kind of like the problem with Ronin. And whatnot. And if you're wondering, like, okay, which skill of Ronin is really broken? This one here. This is the only skill you want for your Ronin, outside of like Orochi. This one right here, really broken. You wanna know why? It hits hard unless you hit the enemy 3 times in a row. And not only that, but if you pair it with Katana Mastery, Attack Up, and Sight, which increases your damage output when it's either nighttime or you're blind or you have an enemy limb. Or if one of your limbs are sealed. The moment you do this combination, you can do a ridiculous amount of damage with your Ronin. Also, it kind of helps that, like, out of all the classes in the game, Ronins do have the highest attack stat and such. So because of that, if you synergize that attack stat with these particular skills I mentioned, your Ronin with this skill here does a lot of damage. The Walmart multi-shot, essentially, yeah, but it's like, you know, for swords instead of arrows and whatnot. It's pretty powerful. And then you have Orochi, which essentially lets you perform a fire attack, which is great because enemies from the second half of the game, they will mostly be weak against fire or thunder. There are only a handful that's weak against ice, but they're going to be relying on fire and thunder the most. And whatnot. So like, yeah, Orochi, not that bad. It does a lot of powerful single target damage, especially if the enemy's weak against fire. And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's kind of like some of the things about the Ronin. They just suffer from the fact that their stance take up a buff slot, and it's really easy to accidentally override it. So you just have to be really careful with your Ronin. And whatnot. But if you manage to be careful with them, they can hit incredibly hard. They do so much damage. But yeah, so here's their designs. I'm sure you already saw like a couple of them, but like, let's just go over it real quick. So you have a guy, you know, covered in scars. You're like, oh, he's kind of a cool looking Ronin. Like, oh, hot damn, and whatnot. And then you have the delinquent girl. You know, she's the Yankee kind of, the delinquent girl, the one with the hidden side. You know, the Gap Moe, the one that we've been talking about. W Gamer, yep. And whatnot. You have an old man, like like Neat Doomer. We have an actual old man. We got ourselves an actual grandpa. Actual grandpa covered in scars. Like you can tell that this grandpa is an anime grandpa. He must be really powerful. No way, that means you can make an old man team. Yeah, you can. Like, some games actually give you a good amount of old man portraits, so you can 100% make an old man team. And then you have like, how do I describe this? You have a cute kimono. Like, I actually think this like kimono design is really cute, unironically. Like, I actually think this like outfit is really adorable. Like, I can kind of see like someone actually wear this in real life. I'll still be like, yeah, it's really cute. I like it. And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's the original 4 portraits. And then you get to the new one. You get to the new one, Neat Doomer. There we go. We have a Shrine Maiden with a single strap across her chest. Just one strap, just barely hanging there. It's just there. This Shrine Maiden is like, doesn't give a shit about it. She's like, yeah, one strap is good. Like, I can still kill stuff. Moko Fujiwara. Yeah. And whatnot. Just like a single strap. It's just barely hanging there. It's just barely hanging there. But yeah, you have Ronin. And then you have Hexers. Alright, so Neat Doomer, they're the status effect user. They're kind of similar to Dark Hunters, except they don't have any physical attacks. They have a better success rate when it comes to their status effects, but they're mostly support. They're mostly a magic type of class, I would say. And whatnot. They learn curses, like this one lets them bind enemy limbs, but has a more success rate. This one lets them reduce all enemy strength. This is really good if you want to, like, you know, take blows more often. This one decreases defenses. This one decreases speed. This one will blind all enemies. So in other words, the enemies now need to use glasses to see. You have this one that decreases the recovery rate from stats ailments. So in other words, let's say the usual amount of turns for an enemy to recover from like poison and such is like 5 turns. What this skill does is that it increases like the duration of your ailment. So let's say it's like 5 turns, but with this skill, it goes to 7 turns and such. You're like, oh, that's pretty useful. Like if you're just, you know, relying on your side effects pretty often, then this skill here will help you out a lot. And whatnot. And then you have sleep. This is broken. A lot of enemies don't have resistance towards sleep. So because of that, you can just have your Hexer just put the entire enemy roll to sleep. And the enemies will just be sitting there while you're just punching them hard. Because when an enemy falls asleep, any damage you do to them is ×2 now. So because of that, you're just like, oh, it's not only a free turn, but I also do more damage to them now. Wait, that means if you sleep them and bind the bosses, you can theoretically one-shot the final boss. Yeah, if you make him fall asleep. Like, if you manage to do that, you can 100% bind all of his limbs really quickly while, like, you know, he's asleep. And then you can just, you know, use ecstasy on him, and then you just do a ridiculous amount. Like, it is possible. It is absolutely possible. It is fucking hilarious. Dark Hunter / Hexer combo. Yeah, exactly. You then have Corrupt. Corrupt is, you curse the enemy. That's what the status effect is called. Basically, what happens is that when the enemy hits you, their damage reflects back to them. That's what curse is. It's very simple. You have Revenge. Revenge is kind of good in this game, but it's ridiculously broken in the second game, and for a good reason. But I will go into that detail when I show you the second game. I don't mind like taking a pause from my dungeon crawling and just talking about games and whatnot. So like, yeah, Revenge, the best way I would describe it is that the little HP you have, the more stronger this skill does. And you're just thinking to yourself like, oh, okay, that's pretty good. Like, you know, low HP equals you do more damage. And I'm like, yeah. So in Etrian Odyssey 1, it was okay at best because of how the damage formula works for this skill. But in Etrian Odyssey 2, they buffed it to the point that you could, in theory, have an easier time with your Hexer, with their Revenge skill being like their only offense skill. If you're thinking like, okay, how broken is it based on how you're like, you know, explaining it, you can literally make the game go from hard mode to piss easy all by getting a Hexer. That's how powerful Hexers got in the second game because of Revenge and one other skill that they learned in that game. Because of what happened in 2 with the damage calculations for Revenge, if you want to have a super easy time in Etrian Odyssey 2, just take a Hexer. That's all you need. Like, they got a massive, like, buff in that game, and they are mind-numbingly broken in that one as well. But yeah, let's continue on. You have Evil Eye. This terrifies an enemy, and you're thinking, like, that means you can one-man team? Yeah, you can. Like, there's actual old videos of people using one Hexer to kill the super boss and whatnot, and they succeeded. Like, they legitimately won. Like, they just have one Hexer, and then they fought the super boss, and the super boss just practically died at that point. And whatnot. But, like, yeah, you can terrorize the enemy. And what it does is that you can either paralyze them when they're terrified. That means they just stand there. You can make them betray their allies. So in other words, the enemy that you terrorize is like, oh, I want to go attack my allies now because you told me to betray them. Or you can tell them to commit suicide. Like actual, like the actual thing. And whatnot. Like, you can terrify them to make them take their own life. Which means they can just, like, you know, do a ridiculous amount of damage to themselves, and you're just like, yep, GG. Senbuku, yeah. Essentially. But yeah, Hexers, they're pretty funny. I do like using them because of their status effects and such. It's kind of sad that you only get them kind of late into the game, but I still use it. I still use them. So yeah, oh yeah, I need to explore. Oh yeah, so the way they are designed, I need to explain this so it makes sense to you, Neat Doomer. So basically, in order for Hexers to let their skills work, they have to chain their own limbs. They have to basically bandage, they had to like cover themselves in chains in order for their quote unquote spells to work. And whatnot. They had to like make their arms restricted. They had to like, you know, tie up their legs. And whatnot. The only way for them to like cast their spells is using their bell and like saying a few words. And whatnot. Which I think it's confirmed that the way how it works is that the bell produces like chemicals, like, you know, war chemicals, like the ones you see from like wartime, to like kind of hypnosis the enemies into doing whatever, or just implying like, or just using like certain effects and whatnot. Like for example, if you want to poison the whole enemy party, they're just gonna, you know, ring their bell to produce some poisonous gas to poison the enemy. If you want to make the enemies fall asleep, they ring their bell and a bunch of lavender comes out and, you know, the enemies fall asleep from that. Or if you're like, oh, sorry, I'm just trying my best to explain how certain spells work. I think for Terrify, you just ring the bell and you produce this kind of like this gas that just makes the enemies hallucinate so fucking hard that the enemies are just like confused what to do. They're like, I don't know what to do, you need to tell me. Like, you're just like gaslighting them at that point. Like, you are legitimately gaslighting them. Was it really reinforcing the Dark Hunter / Hexer ship? Yeah, exactly. You're under my Jinjutsu. Yeah, it's pretty much like that in Naruto. So yeah, we have a guy, you know, your typical pale guy. You have a girl, she's cute. She's also kind of like, she does appear in the later games as well. And whatnot. I remember Nexus actually had a Ronin and a Hexer like kind of accompany you, and they use this particular design for the Hexer and whatnot. And then you have another guy. He's like kind of like a vampire in my opinion. Like, he kind of looks like one to me. And then you have a girl, you know, really cute. And then you have the fifth portrait. I call this one Evil Child. like Neat Doomer, when I saw this portrait, I just thought, this child's evil. Don't trust this child. Absolutely evil. And you're thinking like, why did I think it's evil? Well, it's because I watched Digimon, and Digimon had an antagonist called Lucifermon, and it had like different forms. The first form is called child form, where it's like this cute innocent angel, but it proceeds to like one-shot everything and like brutally kill Digimon and whatnot. So because of that, I was like convinced that any child that was locked up by like some ancient curse and shit, they're 100% evil. And whatnot, like, there's no convincing me. This child's evil. No doubt. Evil child. The eyes look so evil, like when the OP character snaps. Yeah, it does. I'm gonna curse Mary Skelter. Oh, don't you dare. Mary Skelter is my favorite, dude. But yeah, like, those are the portraits. Those are the portraits for the first game, Net Doomer. Like, I love the first game. Great designs. Like, the class designs are great. You have like the NPCs you meet in the town. Like, you have the innkeeper, this guy, who's very cheerful. He's just your typical innkeeper. He's really nice. Very, very cute boy. And whatnot. You have the medicine guy. You have this, you know, old doctor guy. I have a fun fact for him, for you, Doomer. So this guy is based on a character from another game that Atlas made called Trauma Center, where it's essentially Surgeon Simulator, but on steroids. Like Doomer. In Trauma Center, you play as a surgeon, but later on in the game, where they give you more complicated, like, you know, surgeries to do, they drop a bombshell telling you that, hey, you're the direct descendant of the Greek god Hermes, and you get the ability to freeze time to do these more complicated surgeries. And the way you freeze time is by drawing the Star of David and whatnot. And how to make it even more hilarious is that later on in that game, you have to get a Ferris wheel out of a dude. And you're just thinking like pieces of a Ferris wheel? No, the entire Ferris wheel is stuck in this dude. You have to do surgery to remove the whole fucking Ferris wheel from this poor dude. Like, how? I don't know. It's this trauma center. It's just... it's a surgeon simulator, but on steroids. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. Like, it's a really great game series too. Like, if you like Surgeon Simulator and you want to like have a more goofier experience with it, with a Japanese like anime aesthetic to it, then I do recommend it. Like, it is a really funny series. He looks like a teacher. Yeah, he kind of does. Was he? Nah, they're gonna give me trauma. I don't know, like Trauma Center is really hilarious, like legitimately. But yeah, what else is there? Oh yeah, you have this shopkeeper. All right, so Neat Doomer, I need to explain this. So this shopkeeper here, she is really popular. If you're thinking like, okay, how popular is she? She is so popular that when she makes a cameo appearance in the 4th game and in Nexus, everyone literally went like, oh my god, best shopkeeper is back. Like, oh my god, she's here. The best shopkeeper, let's fucking go. Like, she is so popular. Like, Japan loves her. The West loves her. Like, she is just really popular. I can see it. Yeah, like... they went absolutely crazy for her. I think I have her design for those later games. Hold on, let me check. Let me check if I have it on me. If I do, I'll show it to you. It looks like a Studio Ghibli film, like Princess Mononoke. Yeah, she kind of does. Now that you mention it, she does kind of look like the princess from that film, kind of like aesthetic design wise. There you go. That's what she looks like in the later games. Let's go. Yeah, like you can tell that she got a big glow up from like 2007 to like, you know, now. She's all grown up. I wouldn't say she's grown up. All they did was like made her like a little bit more like realistic proportions, I guess. A little bit more realistic proportions, a little more squishier. No, I guess, yeah, I would say squishier. What might be like the better statement. Like she kind of looks like she gotten a little more dicker over the years. I guess. Oh my god, look, how else would you want me to describe it? Is there I say that she got extra dick, like that one meme? Or I just say she got squishier? Like, which one's better? Develop. Oh yeah, I forgot. I forgot about that word. I'm so used to like modern slang where people just use the term either she got dick or she got a gat. I got so used to modern slang. God damn it. Oh my god, the brain rot. Yeah. And then you have the pub owner. This lady here. You talk to her to do side quests. And whatnot. Personality wise, I would say she tends to call you kiddos because to her you'll always be greenhorns to her. She has a very motherly attitude towards you guys and whatnot. Like she'll always call you kiddo. She's always like concerned about you and whatnot. Like she has a very motherly like demeanor and whatnot. Like to her you'll always be you know, kiddos. That first best girl, yeah. And whatnot. Let me save. I kind of want to show you the later games with their designs now. Like, I want to take a pause from dungeon crawling. I don't care that we derailed from like dungeon crawling to like yapping. I like this. This is good. I love the yap. So yeah, I already saved so we can just swap to the second game. I don't mind showing it. And also, I'll show you the dirt game as well. Yep. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna let the intro play. I need to refill my water bottle. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I got my water bottle. This is definitely Legend of Zelda. Yeah, like the intro kind of reminds me of like Wind Waker when you read up on the lore. And whatnot. So yeah, this is Etrian Odyssey too. Cool intro. Like, this is like the original DS intro too. Like, you can tell by the model, like, yeah, it's DS quality. They had to upscale it a little bit, but yeah. The DS. Fucking love the DS, dude. But yeah, what does this do? This real quick. Oh yeah, I'll explain the difficulties real quick. Picnic is easy mode. Like, it's super duper easy mode. You can literally one-shot everything. You get ×2 experience. Enemies can't do shit to you. Like, picnic mode is literally designed to be easy. Yeah, basic. Basic is easy 2.0. Because all it does is make the enemies slightly more tankier, but you still do, like, a good amount of damage towards them. So it's like, yeah, it's just easy mode again. But just slightly more difficult. And then you have Expert. Expert is the original DS difficulty. I know to some people when they look at this, they're like, what do you mean? I thought Expert is hard mode. No, that's incorrect. In the Japanese version, this difficulty was called DS mode. This is the original DS like difficulty. And whatnot. So because of that, if you're like, oh, if you're like kind of confused where to start, I'll put it like this. If you want to play the original DS difficulty, pick this one. If you want to have a more easier time to get used to the mechanics, I would say go basic. If you just are like, if you're like, what's the word I'm looking for? If you're kind of like brain dead and you're just like, I just want to like grind my heart out, then just play Picnic and whatnot. So like, yeah, doing it for the story, I guess. I guess. Let's see. There should be a difficulty where you get one shot by every enemy. Yeah, that's original DS difficulty, Neat Doomer. Like, the one joke that every Etrian Odyssey player talks about when playing the first two games is how you will get one shot by the tutorial enemies. You will literally get one shot by it. And why not? Like, Etrian Odyssey 1, you just walk up to the dungeon and you just encounter a bunch of butterflies. And you're just thinking to yourself like, oh man, these butterflies are gonna be easy. And then they proceed to one-shot you. Like, and you're just like, oh, okay, like, that's just my mage. Like, there's no way they're gonna one-shot my protector. And then the next turn comes in and they one-shot your protector. And whatnot. Like, the first two Etrian Odyssey games are known for being like, yeah, you're gonna get one-shot a lot in the tutorial. But to make up for that, you can also one-shot the enemies as well. So you just have to, like, you know, kind of get used to it. Just grind a little bit. And such. Like, the reason why the start of Etrian Odyssey is kind of brutal is because of the limited resources you get access to at the start. But once you grind a couple of levels and you kind of get into the game's pace, the game does get a lot more easier and whatnot. So because of that, it's one of those games where the start is brutal, but once you get the hang of things, the game's difficulty goes down by a lot. And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's the best way I would describe how Etrian Odyssey handles itself. Brutal start, becomes more easy as you go through. And whatnot. So yeah, we'll just pick Expert. But yeah, we're in the North Continent now. We're in the North, baby. It's gonna be a bit cold. It's in the dirt stratum, like on the very top of the tree. So yeah, this is the cool thing about 2. They ask you if you want to import your save from the first game. And I need to explain this so it makes sense to you, Neat Doomer. So when you beat the first game, but you didn't finish the post game. So when you beat the game will be like, hey, here's a password that's like 13 letters long. You get access to this password in the options menu. And you're like, okay, I'll just write down the password. What will happen when I like input this password in the second game? Well, the game will let you carry over the name of your guild of the first game and also change the dialogue of the NPCs and some events that happen at the start of the game and also one near the middle part of the game. And whatnot. Like, if you didn't import your password, then everyone would just treat you as like beginners. They're like, oh, you're the newbie and whatnot. Like, yada yada. and whatnot. But if you import your password, everyone's like, yo, you're from that legendary guild from the other continent. Like, hey, welcome, brother. And whatnot. Like, it's so cool to see like actual legends here and whatnot. And what's funny is that there's a boss battle later on in the game where if you didn't import your save, the boss is like your typical boss battle. But then if you import it, the boss is like, wait a minute, you're from that legendary guild. That means I can go full power. I'm gonna use 100% of my power. And whatnot. And he goes from like a decent boss to like, oh shit, he's actually hard. Why wouldn't you go full power at the start? I don't know, man. I don't know. What else do they let you get? Oh, yeah. If you import your save after you beat the post-game dungeon, you do get an extra item, like a bunch of free items and whatnot. And if I remember correctly, they do let you make one character that's slightly stronger than like the other starting characters. The reason why is for balancing reasons, because they can't really have you, import your old character from the first game to the second game because it will break the balancing at the start. So what they will do is that they let you make one character that has slightly better starting stats, so it makes it more, fair and even and whatnot. So because of that, I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. Like, I'm fine with that sort of thing if they want to make the start of the game balanced and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's good. Because 2 does play radically different from the first game. Like, they made a lot of changes to how classes work in the second game compared to the first game. So, in order to accommodate those changes, they will only let you, make a slightly stronger character or when you import your save. You bought the game, you don't have to suffer through the tutorial as much. Yeah, essentially, that's what they did and whatnot. And I'm glad for that. I'm really glad for that. So yeah, like, let's go to the guild where we can make our guild and our characters. So yeah. So you have this lovely lady. Yes, it's a lady. Like, chat and Neat Doomer, this is a lady. Not like a guy with blonde hair. Nope, it's a lady. And whatnot. And if you're wondering, like, do we get to see her face? Yes, you have to do a side quest though. You need to do a side quest in order to see this beautiful lady's face. Best girl already, yeah. She's blonde. I can already tell she's best girl. Yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Let's just put like a number because I'm not gonna. I'm just showing you the portraits and the new classes, Neat Doomer. So we're just gonna put a number. All right. So they brought back the older classes with some changes to their skills. but I'll point out the ones that are more evident. For example, they give axes more skills so they can like do more stuff beside killing bosses. So that's neat. Swords still learn skills to kill enemy groups, but they did nerf it in a way where they don't like what's the one I'm looking for? They're not like mind-numbingly broken in the first game. They had to balance it out because other classes do have access to like AoE attacks that are a lot more balanced compared to the ones from the first game and whatnot. So because of that, Landshark has like its kit kind of changed a bit so that it is not too mind-numbingly broken, but you can still use them from start to finish and whatnot. So yeah, they added new skills for both axes and swords. They added counter, which is also pretty decent. Like counter is actually pretty good in this game. They made the follow-up skills actually be usable for both swords and axes, so that's cool and whatnot. And that's pretty much it. They just decided, yeah, we'll just balance out the Landshark a little bit, and that's it. Also, they learn a force skill. The best way I would explain this to you, so it makes sense. Basically, you get this little bar that fills up in battle, and when the bar fills up, you can perform a powerful skill called force skill. Each class has their own force skill, where it has like different effects. And when for the Landshark, it's a powerful AoE attack, which actually has a good like damage multiplier. So yeah, there's that. Survivalists got nerfed hard. They got nerfed hard. They got nerfed hard. Super ability charge. Yeah, it's like, I would say the closest thing, like if you play Final Fantasy, Neat Doomer, it's like a limit break. Like if you're familiar with Final Fantasy and you hear the term limit break, that's what I would say force skills are more like close to. It's more like a limit break, if anything, and whatnot. So like, yeah. Oh, I got you. Yes. And whatnot. But like, yeah, no, they got nerfed. That got nerfed hard. Like, my god, like Doomer, they got nerfed hard. Like, sure, they learned status effects, like both skills, like poison, paralyze, and sleep, which are pretty okay in my opinion. But multi-hit got shafted hard. You can only hit enemy 2 times. That's it. You can't hit them 3 times. Only 2 times. Apollo gets ridiculously expensive as you max it out. And even then, they have to reduce the damage output by like 50%, which I know to some people they're like, oh, 50% isn't that much. I'm like, compared to the first game, yeah, like 50% is a massive like hit to the damage like of Apollo. Like, oh my god, it's sad, dude. Like, multi-hit can only hit twice. Apollo is like weaker than the first game's Apollo by 50%. Like, oh my god, it hurts, dude. It hurts. God damn. They also learn other skills too, which are pretty decent. Oh yeah, first turn is still broken. So that's the good news, Neat Doomer. First turn is still broken. They still kept how broken it is. So that's good. And whatnot. But still, you're probably gonna be using your survivalist as like, you know, gathering spot person. You know, you're just gonna be using them to grind in dungeons. You can't catch me going second. Yep. And whatnot. But yeah, like, they got hit hard. It's really sad. Like, they got nerfed it hard. And whatnot. Oh yeah, their force skill is like increase the party's evasion rate. This is pretty decent for the most part because there are some attacks that you rather like dodge than like tank and whatnot. So airwalk is not that bad. And whatnot. Protector, they're funny. They're still as powerful as what they were like in the first game with their wall skills and like smite and whatnot. But they do learn skills like mana wall protects the party from all element attacks for 1 turn. And if I remember correctly, there is one boss in the game. Actually, two bosses now that I think about it. There's two bosses in the post game that Mana Wall is really great for. Because of like the absorb ability and also the fact that you can multi-guard with Mana Wall and whatnot. So yeah, they just got more tankier. And while they still learn Smite, I would say Smite is a lot better in the second game because for some reason they thought it was a good idea to make Smite have a bigger damage multiplier in the second game compared to the first game. So because of that, your Protector is like, yeah, I can still tank and shit, but Smite got a big glow up that I can literally just damage nuke just practically everything. Like, your Protector is just gonna do so much at that point. Like, compared to the first game, yeah, Smite did like decent damage, and you're like, yeah, this works. But then you get to 2, and then Protector is like, yeah, I can DPS for you, brother. I can do damage. Now he's gonna be the Protector and the DPSer, yeah. And then you get the Dark Hunter. Alright, Doom. Dark Hunter, actually powerful. They got so buffed in this game. And for good reason. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about the Force skill for Protector. They learn Painless, which lets them nullify any attack, any status effects, any binds on the enemy, sorry, on the party for 1 turn. It's a legitimately free damage reduction, period. Painless is really powerful. But yeah, let's go back to Dark Hunter. Dark Hunter, they're really good. Like, look at this right here. Dominate. Concentrated attack that completely binds a single enemy. This applies to every enemy in the game, including enemies that are like, oh, I'm technically immune to binding, so you can't bind me. Only for your Dark Hunter to be like, well, guess what, bitch? I can dominate you. And then they use it, and now the enemy is just completely binded. You dot, yeah, pretty much. And they even boost up the damage power of Climax even more now. So because of that, all you have to do for your Dark Hunter is to dominate and then spam, like, oh, not Climax, spam Ecstasy. That's all you have to do. Just do, like, dominate when the bar's full, and then just spam Ecstasy. That's all you need to do. You will just do so much damage. There's so much damage in a single turn. And this does synergize well with the Hexer, because Hexer, like I told you, is really broken in Etrian Odyssey too. And whatnot. But I'll get into that detail when we get there. And whatnot. They learn more sword skills, which are still pretty powerful, including the bait skills as well. They learn some like abilities to be resistant to like certain status effects, but those are okay. I don't really think too much of those. But like, yeah, Dark Hunter, pretty powerful. They're really strong. Oh yeah, I should show you the portraits, Doomer. So for Etrian Odyssey 2, for the old classes, all they did was update the portraits so that they have a different like position. Like they're doing like a different action essentially. You know, it's a little bit more dramatic posing. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. And whatnot. Like, you have this guy here. Like, in the first game, he's a little bit more, like, calm. But this one, he's a lot more determined. He's a lot more brave. And whatnot. This one here, you know, a little bit more angry. A little bit more bloodthirsty for battle. They added so much shading, too. Yeah, like, they added a good amount of shading. I think it's nice. I think it's a really nice, like, new portraits. Even though it's, like, the same, like, characters from the first game. Same case with this guy too. He's a lot more serious now. A lot more determined. This girl here, a little bit more happy. Like a little bit more happy. Unfortunately, the 5th portraits don't get a new like pose. It's just, you know, the same as the first HD remaster, unfortunately. But it's still fine. I don't think too much about that. And then you get to survivalist. Look at this. You got the elf boy. Well, the guy that kind of makes me think of an elf. He's like, you know, jumping, getting ready to do some trick shots. He's gonna do a 360 no scope. Oh my god, yeah, he's gonna do a 360 no scope. And then you have the tomboy. They all look so cool. Yeah, they do. Like this one here too, like getting ready to shoot like 2 arrows. This guy's also gonna do a no scope. Same case with her too. Like they look really cool. And then you have protectors. Like this guy looks more serious. He's like very angry. The enemies probably took his like I don't know, his favorite dish and whatnot. You have discount saber. She looks a lot more serious now. These guys look so cool. Yeah. You have this guy here. He's a literal walking mountain now. He gained some like points in his strength. Like look at him. He got taller. He's a literal mountain of a man. Old mini there are. How many are there? Let's see. Was it 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 60. Wait, did I count this right? Hold on. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. There's 60 new portraits. Like there's 60 portraits in general. If we count the 5th portrait. If I don't count the 5th portrait, then it's like I don't know, like 50 something. And when Beast, Gunner, War Magus, yeah, those are the new classes. I'll get to them. I'll get to them. Don't worry. What was I? Yeah, you have like Mountain Guy. You have this girl looking a little sus. Like one eye is open, the rest is closed. You're like, kind of sus. It's like one of those anime characters where their eyes are always closed until it opens up. Second best girl, yeah. And then you have Dark Hunters, alright. This guy, he's just showing off his shark teeth. Look at this guy. He's showing off his great smile. Very sharp. Yes. And then you have the queen. Green hair is still there. Yeah, she's still there. She's still there. You have the queen. She's getting ready to bind you. You have this guy here. He looks a lot more serious than usual. And then you have this girl with the evil smile. The absolute Ojosama evil smile. Like that small smile, you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Oh my god, yep. And then we get to Medic. Medic is kind of funny to me. Why is her whip made of metal? Because it does the most damage. You don't want a metal whip? Metal whips don't do the snap. Well, this girl just wants to do the damage. She doesn't care about the snap. And whatnot. But yeah, Medic, they're just healing. No. Yeah. Let's see. Their force skill, if I remember correctly, this actually recovers the party's HP by 100%. Like it's like a literal free like elixir. Like it's like a mega elixir. If I'm using Final Fantasy terms, it's like a mega elixir and whatnot. So it's pretty powerful. They learn more like healing spells, like full heal. This is pretty good. Full heal is pretty good. They learn Slave 3, which is like full heal for the whole party. So that's like nice. They learn Revive, which is really useful at the start of 2 because of how more expensive it is to revive people. So like, yeah, making your medic learn Revive early on is actually really beneficial. They learn Phoenix, which makes you go like, wait, so you're telling me if you use Phoenix, your medic will sacrifice themselves to revive and fully heal the whole party back to 100 and like removing all their like stats effects and such if you use Phoenix. And I'm like, yeah, pretty much. Like you can just make your medic just go like just sacrifice themselves, and then everyone else is just topped up healing. Oh my god, that's so broken. Yeah, like it also helps that like I think at the point where you would naturally learn Phoenix, you can have like another like you say, like you can have like a second medic to do revive, and then the one that does like Phoenix is like, you know, they die, but the other medic will revive the other one. Yeah, you could do that. It does work. And when you can still make them a combat medic, but it's not that great because of how the calculations work this time for this skill. So unfortunately, your combat medic from the first game is not as broken. It's not as broken in the second game, unfortunately. So because of that, medics in the second game, you're primarily going to be using them for healing. But I would say Phoenix and Revive are like probably a great like dual like skill to like take advantage of when you have two medics on you. But yeah, let's go look at their portraits. You have Glasses guy. I love glasses, dude. I love men with glasses. Yeah, you know, he just looks cool. She's still there. Yes, the mad scientist. So cool. You have the cute medic. Like, look at her. She's like spilling her candy while she's trying to get the potions out. You can tell that she's kind of clumsy too because of the candy falling out. Is a really cute small detail. But yeah, you have this like little clumsy girl. Nah, I don't trust her. What do you mean? She's just a clumsy medic. But yeah, it's very adorable. She's dropping all my HP potions. Wait, your HP potions are like candy? Really? I know it'd be like a potion like this guy. But yeah, you have the delinquent medic. You know, he's still healing. And then you have the motherly healer. She's still there. Just a little scary now because of like the more shades and like dramatic pulls in. And the gentle smile too. But yeah. Then you get to Alchemist. Alchemist is still the same case in the first game where they're your quote unquote mage users. Even though magic does not exist in this world. And when they learn a force skill that lets them shoot a non-elemental attack to destroy all enemies and whatnot. But I do feel like Alchemist did got a bit of a nerf. And here's the reason why. So, neat Doomer. In the first game, when you level up your skills for the Alchemist, the cost of their skills will hard cap at level 5. And from that point onwards, it will increase the damage output of the spell while also not increasing the cost of it as well. So let's say like in the first game, at level 5, fire will only cost like 8 TP to use. And from that point on, when you level it up to like 6 to max, it will still cost 8 TP. But you're still going to do a lot more damage because of like, you know, you leveling up the damage output of it and whatnot. So, in order to balance, I'm putting quotation marks on this, in order to balance the Alchemist, they decided to increase the amount of TP you need to use, like, to use the spell when you level up to ridiculous amounts. Like, look at this. Level 1, it costs 8 TP. You're like, okay, that's a bit expensive at the start. What happens if I level it up to level 2? 10 TP. 12 TP. 14. 16. 18. 20. 22. 24. 26. 26 at the max level for the weakest fire spell when you max it out. Compared to the first game where it caps at 8. In this game, it costs 26. You're thinking like, okay, it can't get even more worse, yeah? Here you go. AoE spells that hits the whole enemy group. In the first game, at max level, it will only cost 20 TP, which is really cheap, by the way. Like, at that point, when you actually get access to these spells, it's really cheap to spam and whatnot, and it does a lot of damage, too, to, like, the whole enemy group. But in 2, it costs 20 TP. 28. 36. 44. 52. 52 in the max level. And for context, by the time you get access to this spell and you fully max it out, you can only probably spam it for like 3 uses. And this is me not considering the fact that you might, you know, max level the character, but even then, if you get your character to the max level, you can only spam it like for at least 5 times until you run out of TP. Who's gonna use that? Yeah, like, they shafted Alchemist so fucking hard by increasing the TP costs as you level it up. And when it's really sad. It really is. What else is there for me to point out? Oh yeah, they also learn physical spells, quote unquote. I'm using the on quotation marks. What it is that they use other elements that are not considered like, you know, fire, ice, or thunder. They use elements that are categorized as slash, pierce, and bash. Those are what they're called. And when for example, blades is they do slash damage to all enemies, so it's this powerful winds. Gravity is them literally using gravity. It's like you made some references to Naruto. It's like Pain. Remember Pain with his almighty push? That's what gravity is. Like, they get access to almighty push. And then Pierce is like psychokinesis. Like, you know, they just grab objects and like shoot it out like a gun. Almighty push. Yeah, that's literally what gravity is almighty push. And whatnot. And of course you're wondering, like, okay, there has to be like a bit of a drawback. Like, they have to find some way to actually make Alchemist still usable in the game. This skill here, Analyze. Increase damage when elements the enemy is weak to. So in other words, the moment you learn this passive skill, if you hit the enemy's weakness, you do like, if I remember correctly, you do like 3 times damage instead of 2 times damage. And it gets more powerful as you increase the levels to Analyze. So that's kind of like their, I would say, their way of balancing the high costs for the spells this time. Basically, you invest in Analyze, and then you put some points in your spells so that you can do a lot of damage without having to, like, you know, upgrade it to like insane levels and being forced to be like, oh my god, I have to spend like 26 TP to use like the beginner spell now because I maxed it out. And when it, like, Analyze is there to kind of like, you know, kind of balance it a little. And I do think Analyze is pretty great too. Like, it does help out a lot. Like, legitimately, it really does help out a lot. And whatnot. So yeah, what's the next thing? Oh yeah, this spell here. They're just trying to salvage and make Alchemist usable. Yeah, pretty much. Hold on, I'm like chewing. Wait. Alright, now. Yeah, then you have Megiddo. So, Megiddo does almighty damage. And if you're wondering, like, what the fuck does that mean? It's not elemental. That's what almighty means. And for the most part, I would say Megiddo is good if you just want to kill enemies quickly. Like, you just don't give a shit about their elemental weakness, and you're just like, okay, this enemy is just annoying. I just want to kill it right away. Then use Megiddo and whatnot. But here's the funny thing, Neat Doomer. In Japanese, it's not called Megiddo. It's called Nuclear Formula. And the Japanese description for the spell is conjure up a nuclear blast. So that means the moment you make your alchemist learn this skill, that means your alchemist is carrying around plutonium or any form of radioactive material, and they just plug into their gauntlet to shoot out a nuke. Show them the second sun, essentially. That's essentially what it is. It's fucking hilarious to me. But yeah, it's literally like a nuclear blast. But yeah, let me show you like their portraits now. Okay, so you can tell there's more dramatic posing. You know, they're showing more of their gauntlet now. Like the guy's showing more of his gauntlet. The girl's getting ready to shoot fireballs. Same case with this guy, and same case with this girl. You know, they're all just getting ready to shoot their chemicals out. Alchemists are just literally chemistry nerds. Like they are literally just chemistry nerds. They're just using. They're just plugging in chemicals into their gauntlets and just shooting it out. Why do you phrase it like that's literally what it is. They're just chemistry nerds. They have a degree in chemistry. Getting ready to shoot their chemicals out. Yeah, that's literally what it is. But yeah, hold on. Here, hold on. You didn't have Troubadour. Okay, so Troubadour is still good in this game. Thank God. Like, Doomer, like, they're actually still good in this game. I'm just like, oh, whew, they ain't got nerfed. All right. That's great. So they learn a force skill called Crusade. And this is really good because not only you get a big boost in your attack and defense, but you also get a boost in your maximum HP. So that means your allies are going to get more like tankier from the maximum HP along with the defense as well. And I remember seeing a video of someone using Crusade to kill one of the side bosses in the game when you're not supposed to fight it yet. Like he was like level 20-ish range, when in order for you to fight that particular side boss, you had to be like level 40. They wanna, but because of the guy using Crusade and like other buff skills, he was able to like beat that boss really quickly and easily and whatnot. So like, yeah, this is a really good force skill. Like, I'm glad that Troubadour is still actually good in this game. Like, dang fucking God. And whatnot. They learn Erasure, which removes enemy buffs, which is good. There's a lot of enemies that use buffs later on in the game. And they learn a AoE version of Erasure as well. This is also still great too, mind you. That like this one here is also still great. But now it applies to like, you know, the whole enemy group, especially if you're fighting bosses that have like minions that will buff the boss and themselves. Like this skill here is really great for them, and there's a lot of them in the later parts. There's a lot of them in the later parts of the game, so this is really good too. Also, Erasure is great too if you're fighting a particular boss that's known for buffing themselves, but they don't have allies and whatnot. Then you're telling me that Troubadour is the most broken class in the game. Kind of, like, there's like pros and cons to them, but I'm still saying that they're still good in this game, like in the first one. I'm still glad that they're actually still good in this game and whatnot. So yeah, there's really not much for me to say for Troubadour, so we'll just look at their designs. They're just happy. Like, Doomer, in Etrian Odyssey 2, they're just more happier than usual. They're just more happy. They're just excited to keep dancing. And wanna, you know, just happy as always. You have the guy, he's really happy with the big mouth. You have like the cute girl, very excited. You have the the bard guy, the chill guy. You have the cute exotic girl. Like, yeah, exotic dancer, you know, with the little clampers, like very excited. Like they're all just happy. Oh my god, they're so cute. Yeah, they're just so excited. They're just happy. They're just happy to be here. But yeah, then you get to Ronin. Alright, Doomer. This is where I would say Ronin busted. Absolutely mind-numbingly busted. Oh, there's a bot. Hold on. A bot appeared. There we go. Bot removed. But anyway, what was I? Oh yeah. Ronin. Extremely busted. You're so fast with that. Yeah, like it just appeared out of nowhere to me, and I was like, oh, okay, just gonna delete this guy real quick. There we go. But yeah, what was I? Oh yeah, so Ronin. So busted, Doomer. You wanna know why? They still use their stance system, but here's the thing. It's a passive skill now. It's not a buff anymore. So that means the moment you learn your stance, it will be on 24/7. So that means you can spam your skills right away. And not only that, but the Ronin gets access to more AoE attacks. They don't get access to attacks that are only single target anymore. Now they have attacks that can hit enemy groups. And it hits hard. Because if the enemy happens to be weak against a certain like element, then like, yeah, they just die at that point. And not only that, but they learn these two skills here. Dead Law, which is great for like more damage output by making them into a glass cannon, and then Clarity. This is good because the less HP your Ronin has from like, you know, being a glass cannon, the more often they will dodge. And then you have other skills too, like yeah, Dunder. Dunder's pretty nice. And then you have this one here, Instant Kill, where you have the chance to instant kill enemies. And there are some bosses in the game where you do have to instant kill them in order to get their rare drops. And this is a pretty good alternative to Climax, although I think Climax is better because it's more reliant and it's more successful for the most part. But this one, not that bad. Can you do it to the final boss too? No, the final boss is immune to instant kill, but there is two bosses in the first, well, there are two bosses in the main story, and then there's two bosses in the post game that you can use instant kill on, because those are the ones that you actually need to use instant kill to get their rare drops. Boo. Well, I'm sorry, dude. They have to balance it out. But you can use it on the annoying encounters. Like, the encounters later on are really annoying. And whatnot. And they even learned this skill here, Doomer. Look at this. Potentially nullifies any attack directed to the user. It's a free, it's a free, it's a free guaranteed, damage nullifier. And whatnot. Remember, it's a passive skill. It's like a percentage. It can work if you just happen to be lucky with those percents. And when like RNG just happens to be nice to you, you're like, oh, RNG gods, I beg of thee, let me dodge all of this. And this skill is like, sure, why not? Like, I'm gonna give you like, I don't know, maybe 25%. Like, and whatnot. It does work. Like, 25% is nothing to sneeze at. It is a really good percent. Like, 25 is not bad. Like, that is really good. Nah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's like, it's crazy. I love it. It's hilarious to me. But yeah. So yeah, Ronin, massive glow up, Doomer. Like, massive glow up. Like, my god. Just by changing their stances to passive skills, it just made them more broken. Like, they're given such a big glow up that a lot of people are like, yeah, if you want to have like a good physical attacker along with your Dark Hunter and your Hexer, have a Ronin. A Ronin will solve all your problems because of how powerful their stances are in this game. Glow up just from the stances alone. Yeah, like, it's ridiculous. Like, it's fucking hilarious, but it's great. But yeah, then we get to their portraits. You know, a little bit more serious now. You have this guy just drawing his sword. He's probably gonna do an instant kill attack. You have this girl here. Boko. Ooh, yeah. You have our delinquent girl. You know, the hidden Moe one. You know, she's just pulling out her sword. I just noticed that her sword is like massively bigger than her. Like, think about it. This sword here is like, okay, I can kind of see it being like slightly taller than him, but not too much. Her sword and her sword, it's bigger than her. It's way bigger than her. Like, what the hell? How is she that strong? Yeah, like, oh my god. It's just massive compared to them. Like, I think the sword is like times 2 taller than them. But yeah, you have the old man. He's back, you know, one eye. Nah, the old man is still like, what the F? Yeah. They were like the past hero party. Yeah, essentially. Then you get the Hexers. Alright, so I'm going to explain their fourth skill here. You see this thing right here? It lets you inflict all status effects on all enemies. That's what the Hexer's fourth skill is. Instead of just being like, oh, I want to pick poison or oh, I want sleep. No, this fourth skill is like, nah, let's use everything. Every single status effect. Every single type of like thing you can think of. This fourth skill is like, yes, apply to everything. There's no such thing as having an option. It's either all or nothing. Wasn't there a skill like that in the first game? No. The first game only has let's see. For the Hexer is binding, sleeping, curse, and terrified, and blind. Those are the only ones they can do. But this one here lets them do all status ailments. So poison, toxic, stun, sleep, cursed. What other status effect was in the second game? Hypnosis, etc. Like, this one lets them use all of it. Man, the candy is like semi-hard, but I'm like doing okay chewing on it. Anyway, but yeah, they still learn their like debuffing skills. They know poison now. If he does want to use poison, they learn sleep. Sleep is still broken. Always invest in sleep, Doomer. Doomer. Sleep is always gonna be your best go-to spell. It will always help you out no matter what. Permas, poison, and sleep combo. Yeah, you can still bind enemy limbs, which is great. You will still have your Dark Hunter / Hexer ship. You will still have it as always. You have Evil Eye, you know, terrifying enemies to make them, you know, do stuff for you. You can paralyze them. You can corrupt them. Revenge. Oh my god. Revenge is mind-numbingly broken. I already kind of alluded to this. For some reason, the damage calculation for Revenge is so good to the point where, if I remember correctly, if you manage to get your Hexer to like maybe 25% of their HP, your Hexer would do so much damage that video I told you about someone just using a single Hexer to kill the super boss, that person only had to use Revenge 7 times. Just to one round the boss. Well, not to run round, but to beat the boss. They only had to use it 7 fucking times. And the moment they did that, the super boss just crumbled right there. Like, the amount of damage you do from Revenge in this particular game is just mind-numbingly broken. And it's also really easy to maintain your HP to that threshold as well. Like, it's really easy to maintain like 25% of your HP left. Because of like certain items and skills. Does sleep still do 2 times damage? Yes, it does. So if you pair sleep with revenge, congratulations, you got yourself a nuke. Also, I don't think you can make the super boss fall asleep because I think he's immune to sleep. The only thing he's not immune to is like curse and poison, so you can poison him. But if you use sleep on like other bosses that have no resistance to sleep and you plug revenge on it, yeah, you can just one-shot them at that point. And whatnot. But wait, Doomer, there's more. There's more to the Hexer that makes them more mind-numbingly broken. Dampen. And you're just thinking like, okay, what does it do? It sounds confusing. What does it do? Basically, it reduces the enemy's resistances to not only to magic or elements, but also to status effects and whatnot. And you're thinking to yourself like, how's that broken? Basically, let's say the enemy is like, the enemy absorbs like fire, and then you use dampen on them. That absorb goes from like absorb to straight up weak to fire. And whatnot. Like, dampen literally just reduces all the enemy's resistances to the point where some enemies that go from like, oh, I'm immune to all elements to like, well, looks like I'm weak to everything. And whatnot. You can even apply that to status effects as well. So if an enemy is like, oh, I'm immune to poison, just use dampen. And then now the enemy's like, oh shit, I have piss poor resistance to poison now. Oh, it's kind of like the one where you reduce, when you gain resistance and decrease the enemy's one. Yeah, but this one is a straight up, you reduce the enemy's resistance to a extreme degree instead of increasing your own resistance. This one is purely designed to decrease the enemies. And it's to a ridiculous amount. You can literally make bosses that used to be like notorious for being like literal turtles, like, you know, metal turtles that you can't do a lot of damage to. Dampen just makes their defenses just go to piss water. Like, you can literally make those bosses just like die so quickly. And whatnot. So because of that, a lot of strategies that you will do with your Hexer is dampen and revenge. If you're not doing the super boss, because you can't use dampen on the super boss. The super boss actually has a script where if you use dampen on it, it actually goes crazy and starts one-shotting you. So don't use dampen on it. But for the other bosses, you can just do dampen and then spam revenge. And then everyone else will be like, yee, free damage. I can do ×2 damage. The strats, yeah. Like, this is the reason why I say, Doomer, if you ever want an easier time in Etrian Odyssey 2, just get a Hexer. Learn dampen, sleep, and revenge. That's all you need. The moment you do that, you're gonna have an easy time with Etrian Odyssey 2. Ain't nothing gonna stop you. Dampen sleep, like, yeah, dampen sleep strat, yeah, it is pretty powerful. And whatnot. So yeah, let's get to their portraits. Oh yeah, so I need to explain this so it makes sense. Remember when I told you that they have to like seal their limbs? Like they have to like wrap themselves in chains in order for them to do their spells? To make up for that, they use their cloak as like a pair of hands or feet to like move around. So you can kind of tell by like the portraits for like each of the characters. Like, you know, this guy has his cloaks as like a pair of claws to move around. Same case with this girl here. Same case with this guy. And then the same case for this girl as well. And when she's so adorable. Yeah, like the Hexer girls, they're really adorable. I like them. But yeah, that's how hexers move around. So if you're ever confused, like, wait, if they sealed up all their limbs, how do they, like, you know, walk and grab stuff? Simple. They use their cloak as a pair of legs and hands to, like, grab things or move around. That's the reason. That's, like, the best way I would describe it. What if they just float the entire time? I mean, it's probably possible if they use their, you know, genjutsu, like, to make the enemies think that they're floating and whatnot, but for the most part, they just use their cloak to, like, move around. So yeah, so those are the old classes that came back for the second one. And now we get to the new ones. Yeah, the new ones. So, unfortunately, Doomer, I can't show you Beast. I need to finish the tutorial to do that. And I don't think I have the time to do it right now with you guys. I'll probably save it for, like, another time. Or maybe I'll just show you the portraits because I actually ripped the game files. Well, not rip. I got it from someone else who ripped the game files. That comes with, like, all the character portraits and such. So I, like, downloaded it from them. And so I can definitely show you guys, like, the Beast, the portraits and such. But yeah, we'll start with the new classes. Like, we'll start with that, Doomer. So you have the first new class, Gunner. Gunner is, I would say, the powerful one. Like, for a new class, they're actually strong. I would say they are supposed to be, like, the actual damage nuker range character, like a survivalist back in the first game. So in the second game, they're like, well, people really like range nukers, so, like, we'll just make one called a Gunner, where they use guns. And when they learn a force skill called Riot Gun, and what it does is that not only it hits hard, but it's a guaranteed stunt on the enemy. So that means, Doomer, if you're like, yo, I want this turn to be like the turn where I'm able to, like, set everything up for me to one-shot the boss, have your Gunner use Riot Gun. The moment they use Riot Gun, the game's like, well, congrats, you do a lot of damage, and it's a guaranteed strip. Like, sorry, guaranteed stunt. So that means the boss is just gonna sit there being like, oh, I got a headache from you shooting me in the head. So everyone else is like, yay, pot shots. Let's go. Five gunner strat. Yeah, you could definitely do, like, a team of gunners, like, unironically. No way you can lose. No way you can lose it to perma stunt. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, let me explain the other ones. So they learn flame, ice, and volt shot. This lets them, like, you know, shoot fire, like, shoots elemental bullets essentially. Once you level up a certain amount, you learn the wrist skills. And you're wondering, like, what does it do? Basically, you enter a stance. Like, they literally use this as the description for, like, how the skill works, like the developers describe it. So basically, your gunner will enter, like, a stance where they just kind of sit there until the end of the turn where they shoot, like, a powerful bullet. But while that's happening, they decrease their defenses and whatnot until the shot is fired. And whatnot. And of course you're like, okay, how will it work in, like, normal uses? Basically, if you know that the enemy's weak against fire, you can just have your gunner use, like, wrist fire, where they start setting up their, like, their gun to, like, do the powerful shot. And while everyone else is having their turns in, at the end of the turn, the gunner's like, okay, I'm ready to take the shot. And then, you know, they shoot and they do, like, a lot of damage if that enemy happens to be weak against that particular element. Oh, glass cannon. Yeah, essentially. You also learn shots that lets you bind enemy limbs. Like Doomer, like look at this. Leg shot. You just shoot the enemy's legs. Like you just shoot their kneecaps and you're like, yes, I bind the enemy. I did it, guys. I shot them in the kneecaps. They can't move their legs anymore. Like I did it. I binded them. How did it get unbind? I don't know. Same case for arms. Oh, I shot their shoulder. That means they can't use their arm anymore. Or headshot, where, you know, you shoot them in the head and the enemies are still alive. They're just like having a bit of a headache. And then wrist shot is the same case with, like, you know, wrist element, except wrist shot is like non-elemental, and I think this is the more useful one in my opinion. It does a lot more damage, especially if you're fighting enemies that have no elemental weakness. Stun shot, kind of garbage. Like this one in particular is not that great. Snipe is pretty decent. Wild shot is your AoE attack. Wild shot will be the one that lets you kill like random encounters really easily. Like this one will help you in the long run, like legitimate. Like wild shot is really good and whatnot. And then you get to the best skill in the game. Ricochet. Fire randomly at an enemy party. By the way, if you use it on like a single target, the single target enemy will get hit multiple times with Ricochet and whatnot. And if you're wondering like, okay, how broken is it? Max level. Has the chance to hit the enemy 3 to 5 times. 3 to 5 times. That's a lot. That's a lot of bullets to shoot at an enemy all at once. Can you use it on your own party? No, like it'd be really bad if you if you shot it on your allies. The new multi-shot essentially. Let's say they learn medic shot. Yes, they have a healing bullet. They have a healing bullet that lets you remove status effects. This is actually good because this applies to the whole team. So you can kind of make them like kind of a backup medic sort of. But like they can't heal, mind you. They can't heal at all. But you can use them to take away like status ailments for the whole party. So you're like, okay, that's pretty useful. And whatnot. So like, yeah, that's what medic shot is. You just shoot your allies to cure them from like poison. And whatnot. Like it's hilarious. I always laugh at it. It just cracks me up all the time. But yeah, here's the designs, Doomer. Here's the new class designs for Gunner. You have a boy. He's dressed up in winter clothes. It's kind of cold in the north. You have the mascot of Etrian Odyssey 2. She's the mascot for the second game. Like, the protector girl, like, who's the poster girl of the franchise, she's still there in the box art for 2. But for Etrian Odyssey 2, they wanted the Gunner to be, like, the face of the second game. Since she's supposed to represent the Gunner class and whatnot. Looks like that one character with the blonde hair that flies around. Yeah, kind of. And I always like this little detail, Doomer. She has a little pin on her hat. It's a Jack Frost pin from the game Megami Tensei or Shin Megami Tensei, or if you know its spinoff, Persona. And there's a character called Jack Frost, and since Etrian Odyssey is developed by Atlas themselves, of course they're gonna make like a little reference to Megami Tensei. So this girl here has a little Jack Frost pin. Oh my god, yeah, it's really cute. Like, this is a really cute design. You have an old man. For some reason, when I look at this character, he kind of reminds me of he kind of makes me think Romanian. And if you're wondering, like, why do you think Romanian when looking at this guy? This is because there was a character in Metal Gear Solid 2, and I think his name was Vamp, who's Romanian, and he kind of has like a similar look to this guy. So because of that, I was like, yeah, isn't that just Vamp from like Metal Gear Solid 2? It's the same guy to me for some reason. It's just the same guy. He's a Romanian. Like, that's nice. That's Gucci, I guess. Oh my god. Old man squad, yeah. Essentially. Ayo, that fifth person. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you the fifth one. Hold on. Then you have this cutie here. Like, Doomer, look at her. She's like all dressed up, nice and cozy. She has like the little nice like jacket blanket sort of. You know, she's just getting ready for the winter. She's very adorable. Glasses is nice too. Like very, very adorable. Very cute. So yeah, you have the fifth portrait. This is male. Not male. It's female. My bad. This portrait is female. My bad. This is a female. Not male. Female. Oh, why does she look like she never wielded a gun before? I mean, she's just a gentle girl. Yes, sir. I guess. But yeah, I believe this portrait is female because I remember there was like a art book that went over the designs for the new portraits, and for that one, they did point out that this portrait is female. Although you could like portray this character as like a male with long hair if you want to. Personally, I rather just keep the canon, like like the canon explanation from the art book, so female. Anyway, so yeah, like, you know, best girl, yeah. Definitely, you know, cool sniper lady. She has a if you look at her hat, she has a black frost pin. That's what the character is called for the pin that this model has. Sorry, this portrait has. It's called Black Frost. That's what the character is based on. Like the pin, the hat pin. That's what it's based on. It's called Black Frost. And whatnot. So you have a Jack Frost and you have a Black Frost. And whatnot. But yeah, those are the designs for Gunner. They're very, very adorable. And whatnot. Then you get to War Magus. Alright. I need to explain this so it makes sense. I apologize if this is like a lot of yapping. Let's see. Net Doomer has been yapping so much today. Yeah, I mean, we're all been yapping today. It's fine. And whatnot. But yeah, War Magus. I'll explain this quickly for you. There's no magic in this series. Yeah, there's no magic. How I describe War Magus? War Magus is kind of the, in my opinion, they're kind of the jack of all trades for this game. Like, they have access to both healing from the medic, they have access to buffs like the Troubadour, and they have access to attacks that can inflict status effects like the Dark Hunter and whatnot. So I would say War Magus is kind of a more jack of all trades type of a class, but most people use them for healing. And I think they do a better job of that and whatnot. So they learn like your typical healing spells, but then you get to their buff skills. So you have War Might. War Might increases an ally's attack power, like a single target, mind you. But at the max level, it is 60%. 60%. And if you want context, Troubadour with Bravery, they only increase the whole party's strength by like, I think it was like 35%. So you have War Might here. That's a flat 60 for a single target. And whatnot. So that means if you decide to, like, I don't know, put War Might on your Gunner or maybe some other physical, like, powerful class that you have, War Might will make that person do ridiculous amounts of damage. And if you're wondering, like, hey, can I pair this up with Sleep from the Hexer? You can. And it will do even more damage at that point. And whatnot. Like, War Might, pretty powerful, like, buff skill if you want to focus on, like, a single target person rather than just buffing up the whole party. So, like, yeah, War Might, pretty great. Pretty great skill. And whatnot. So yeah, let me see what else is there. Am I reading this correctly? Yeah, race sounds scary. Does it? It's the same as the Troubadour's ability. It just removes the buff of the enemy. That's what a race does. It's literally just that. It doesn't do that much, to be honest with you. But yeah, what else is there if I remember quick? Oh yeah, they learn sword skills. Oh, I thought it erased them from existence. Nah. That'd be too broken. That'd be way too overpowered. They learn sword skills that can, you know, blind enemies, poison them, sleep, terrify them, or stun them. But here's the thing. This attack skill here, this one's really good. This is because you can recover TP from this skill. And the TP amount you get from it is like ridiculous. Like, you can make your War Magus like a TP machine just by spamming Curse Cut. And how to make it even more better, they learned the skill Transfer, which lets them transfer their TP to their allies. And if you're wondering like how is this a good thing, this is because TP in the second game, it's a little bit more hard to manage because you don't get a lot of items that lets you recover TP. So there's not a lot of mana pots in the second game. So because of that, you're going to be relying on Curse Cut and Transfer quite a lot. And it does help out a lot. Like, it really does help out a lot. Like, your War Magus is going to be like the TP machine for your party. And it's pretty great. And why not? They also learned this passive skill here. Recovers a small amount of HP to the party on every turn. Like, it's a passive skill. It's not a buff that you have to apply on yourself in order for it to work. This is a passive skill. So the moment you learn it, it will work all the time. The better medic. Yeah, essentially. And what else? So yeah, War Magus, they're pretty good. Jack of all trades type of class. They can do a lot of things. It's pretty awesome. And whatnot. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to refill real quick, so I'm going to do BRB. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you. But yeah, here's what War Magus looks like. You have a cool dude. You're like, okay, he's using both a staff and a sword. Like, is a staff and sword combination. That's cool. You have a witch girl. Very cute. You have a witch girl. You have a vampire dude. Like, look how pale this guy is. He literally looks like a vampire. He even has the red eyes and everything. He looks like Dracula to me. Oh my god, they all have different weapons. Yeah, like, there's a staff sword combination, essentially. The older version of the Hexer guy. I guess so. What else is there? You have a cute witch. Like, look at her. She has the little moe, like, fang. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like, the little fang on her mouth. That's, like, the literal moe fang. Like, this girl has it. Not the drills, too. Yeah, like, it's the good combination, brother. It's really good. And whatnot. And then you get the 5th portrait here. This guy literally looks like he has not slept for, like, a couple of days. Like, look at this guy's bags. This guy looks like he is sleep deprived. He have not slept for a while. And whatnot. So yeah. Me for real. But yeah, that's War Magus. Unfortunately, I didn't unlock Beast. So I have to describe it to you so it makes sense. So Beast is called... Sorry, how I word this. So Beast in Japanese is called pet. And you're thinking to yourself like, pet. Yes, so this class is literally just animals. Straight up a real life animal. They're the guild's pet. They're your guild pet. Wait. Oh, whatnot. Let me show you the portrait. A furry? No, like an actual animal. Like, you know, like a grizzly bear. And whatnot. Like, let me show you. Hold on. See? A grizzly bear. This is the beast class. An actual animal. You have a grizzly bear. Oh my god, yeah. Like, you have a grizzly bear. You have, a panda. Man versus bear. Yes. You have a panda. You have a wolf. Yes, this is a wolf. You have a big doggo. A giant dog. I know what I will choose. Yeah, and then you have a saber-toothed tiger. And whatnot. But here's the ding, Doomer. There's one more portrait. The 5th portrait. And it's the most funniest portrait in the world. Because you can literally make memes about it. Are you ready? Here's the 5th portrait. This is the meme portrait. The one that everyone's like, let's fucking go. I can do meme builds. Gorilla. I shit you not. There is a literal portrait for Beast where you can be a gorilla. It's Harambe. Let's go. Monkey. Yes, return the monkey. You can literally do the meme built, the monkey built. I guess the best way I would describe beasts is probably they're kind of like a protector. They're designed to tank, but they also have access to like powerful physical attacks as well, and they have an ability called Lick, which lets them recover a little bit of their allies' HP and whatnot. So I would say for beasts, you're primarily going to be using them to be a tank, like a protector. Like if you have a protector and a beast with you, they actually make a good like team. Like they have good synergy with one another and whatnot. So like yeah, let's see, that one monkey that tried to kiss the camera game, Moto look, yeah, kind of and whatnot. But yeah, like Doomer, we got monkey. Return the monkey. But yeah, let me go back to the healer. So yeah, that's the beast class. Like, I'm sorry I didn't unlock it for you guys, so we just had to settle with like me with the game files. With the portraits that I ripped. Well, the guy ripped and I downloaded from. So like yeah. So we had to settle with that. That was super fun. Yeah, I want to show you the dirt one next, and then maybe I'll play like a different game for like maybe like a couple of minutes, and then I'll just end stream there. That sounds like a good idea. So let me change to the dirt game. I like playing the dirt game. The dirt game's pretty good. There we go. We get to Etrian Odyssey 3. So the first game is like, you know, forest land. The second game is the north, so like, you know, mountains and snow. The third game is the tropics. We're in Indonesia, like sort of type of aesthetic, like setting, or like Hawaii if you want to go that far. So it's like tropical place, like, you know, sunshines. There's a lot of sea, a lot of seafood. Very nice place and whatnot. So yeah. The tree is still there. It's a different tree. Every Etrian Odyssey game has a different tree. And they usually revolve around it as well. Like, you have the tree of the first game that's located in Etria. You have the tree of the north. That's a completely different tree, mind you. And then you have the tree here that's in Hawaii or Indonesia. Okay, let me just put in a number. Oh, wait, that's not a number. Does this say number 2? Alright, so when it came to Etrian Odyssey 3, they wanted the game to stand out. So they have brand new classes and like brand new like enemies you fight. And also like Stratums as well. Like they wanted 3 to stand out. They wanted to make it like actually different from the first 2 games. They wanted to make it stand out. And I would say it did work to its favor. It is like a very it's a very interesting game. Like I like a lot of the classes they added in this game. Why would they? Because they can't just be reusing the same classes for 3 games in a row. They need to freshen it up. They need to make changes. And whatnot. So like, yeah, they decided to add, you know, make new classes and such with all their own unique gimmicks and everything. So let's start with this one here. I don't like this name. I don't like their new name. I like their old name. This class in the original version is called Prince/Princess. I'd rather be called a Prince/Princess than a this. I don't like this. I'd rather be called a princess or prince, dude. And whatnot. And if you're wondering, like, what do they do? They're buffers. They're just troubadours, essentially. They're just troubadours. But they're actually good at their job as well. Nah, that's crazy. Look, they're literally trooper doors. And whatnot. They're literally trooper doors, except they learn other stuff too. Like this one here. Dispel and weapons enhancement to deal damage to all enemies. So in other words, how I describe it. So let's say you put electric element on your ally's weapon. And then you tell your ally like, hey, I'm going to remove your electricity on your sword. But it will let me hit all the enemies. So it's like a good like crowd cleaner. It hits like the whole enemy group. And you're like, okay, that's fine. Like you can take away the electricity on my sword. Go ahead, do it. And this is what it does, essentially. And they learn like stuff like this one here, for 3 turns, a row of allies will regenerate HP when the turn ends. This one makes them increase their HP, their maximum HP for 3 turns. This is really good, depending on the setup you do. This one gives you immunity to elements for 1 row of allies for the next 3 turns. This one here, casting an enhanced spell on an ally, they will recover HP. So in other words, the moment you buff them, they will get some HP back. And whatnot. Same case with this one here, where this one's like, hey, you get your TP back when the buffs go away. That's how nobility proof works. And such. Same case with this one. Take away all your allies' buffs. Well, sorry, take away the buff of one ally to recover the HP by a huge amount. And then this one here is you remove all debuffs on 1 row of allies to recover their TP. Inspired is good if you know for a fact that the boss will keep spamming debuffs on you. Your prince/princess will be like, yo, I will inspire you, my brother. And just remove all the debuffs. And just recover their TP. And whatnot. Like, it is really good. And then this one, Knighthood, basically, it's like first turn. Like, from Survivalist. I got you, bro. Yeah, essentially. Same case with Knighthood. It's like first turn, essentially. They're like, yo, my knight, my brother, I'm gonna let you have the first turn. Go ahead, my dude. That's what Knighthood is, and it works. It's really good. With each step. Oh yeah, this one is just like you recover HP when you're moving around the dungeon. Yeah, that makes sense. All allies will recover HP if your HP is max at the end of the turn. Yeah, this is a good passive skill too. This one's also good too. So yeah, your prince/princess, they are really good at support. They have a lot of ways to recover your HP and TP with like specific requirements. Like, you know, you need to be like, these are like specific requirements in order for these skills to work. But if you know how it works, you can do a lot of crazy stuff with them. And whatnot. That's the whole point when it comes to prince/princess. And whatnot. You can put them in the front row if you like, because they actually get access to more like stronger armor that increases their defenses by a lot. So you could technically put your prince/princess in the front lines if you want, or you can put them in the back if you don't feel like they're safe there and whatnot. So yeah, let's get to their designs. All right, so we have a cute prince. Like, look at this small prince. He's a literal munchkin. There's a little chipmunk, I guess, is probably the term some people might use. Like, little munchkin. No, look how they butchered them. What do you mean? Is this a small dude? He's a small prince. You have the princess. So this girl is like, you know, the poster girl for Etrian Odyssey 3. Since the protector girl, aka the mascot of the franchise, she does not really make an appearance in the Dur game outside of a cameo. They're like, hey, we need another poster girl. Who do we get? They're like, okay, princess. They're like, all right, what should she look like? Blonde, blue eyes. She kind of looks like the protector a little bit. I'm like, okay, checks out. But yeah, like, you have this for the poster girl for the Dur game. You have a more long hair prince. You know, he's a prince with long hair. He kind of looks like someone you see as like the protagonist, or maybe you can portray him as like, oh, he's the evil prince, if you want. And then you have the Ojosama. The Ojosama, the milady. That is definitely older brother slash crown princess, best girl. Yes, the Ojosama. Look at how regal she is. Look at her royalty aura. Look at that. Absolute Ojosama. And whatnot. And then you have a smug princess. This is the 5th portrait, mind you. The 5th portrait for prince slash princess. They're like, yes, we're gonna make this princess smug. This fucking brat. This smug ass brat. She's also really popular too. Like, for context, Doom, the moment this collection came out, there was so much fan art of this particular princess design. Like, she is so popular in Japan. They made so many art of this, like, design. It's crazy. They really love the smug princess. And whatnot. Wait, why are the crowns different? It's to kind of, like, make each of them stand out, essentially. Like, you have this guy with a golden crown. You have this one with a silver tiara. This guy has a different looking staff. Same case with the Ojosama. And then this smug princess has a scepter slash sword. Wait, why are the crowns different? Oh, it's to make it stand out, essentially. Like, they want to give each character, like, a bit of flavor to their, like, staff designs. And whatnot. And then you have this girl here who's, like, rocking the semi-staff slash spear sword thingy. Like, I don't know. It's, like, part sword, half staff. So, like, yeah, checks out. The fencer, yeah, essentially. Oh, it's like they're from different kingdoms. In a sense, yeah. You could see it like that. But wait, there's more, Doomer. Are you ready? Alternate colors. That's right. Etrian Odyssey 3 actually introduced the idea of having alternate colors for each portrait now. So you have alt colors. It's like Smash. You have different colors for each character. And whatnot. So yeah, you have a green prince, you know, he looks like a plant. you have like, you know, princess with dark armor. You have a tan, tall prince. You have the redhead Ojosama. Actually, the more I look at this makes me think of like semi-gothic Lolita. Like she's kind of like a princess for like, I guess dark magic and whatnot. I don't know. I think it's because of the dark colors of her dress that makes me think that. But anyway, and then you still have the smug princess. She's just tan now. Still smug as always. Fire mage. Yeah, kind of. So yeah, then you get to Gladiator, Doomer. So Gladiator are your frontliners. They're kind of your physical glass cannons. The keyword's kind of, because they learn a lot of skills that let them boost their attack into like insane levels. Like, you can do a lot of damage with a gladiator. You can make them do so much damage and whatnot. And I think the best skill you would use for a gladiator is like clubs. Like if you make your gladiator use clubs and you learn 9 strike, this will let you do a lot of damage. Like, at max level, you hit the enemy 2 to 9 times. You're like, oh, okay, that checks out. The name is literally called 9 strikes. So, of course, you're going to be smacking the enemy 9 times. And whatnot. And then they learn stuff like Berserker's Vow, where they sacrifice their HP to increase their damage output into insane levels. Like, dear God, the amount of boosts they get from Berserk is insane. Like, just one cast of it in the max level, your 9 strike is going to do a fuck ton of damage. It gets even better if you pair it up with your princess slash prince with attack order. The moment you do that, your gladiator is going to be like, hell yeah, brother. I'm able to like smash this boss to kingdom come 9 times in a row. And whatnot. God, I had to cough hard. My bad. But anyway, what else is there? That one's garbage though. Charge is also great too. Charge is good. Like, it boosts the damage output even further. So yeah, charge is great. The AoE, yeah, essentially. Like, it's ridiculously powerful. Like, my god, dude. Like, my fucking god. Like, it's powerful, man. And whatnot. So, here's their portraits. Doomer. You have a guy from Pirates of the Caribbean. He kind of makes me think of Will from, like, Pirates of the Caribbean. I think that was his name. William? Will? I don't remember. It's been a while since I watched those films. Kind of made me think of him. You have a cute tan girl, you know, very happy, very excited. Oh, Will Turner. Yeah, Will Turner. Like, this guy made me thought of Will Turner. And whatnot, yeah. Wait, you have a tan girl. Wait, what do you mean wait? Hold on. What am I waiting for? The last one's crazy. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show her. Hold on. So yeah, if you have a cute tan girl, very excited, not wearing a lot. I mean, makes sense. Gladiator are like essentially berserkers. You have a ginger, like an actual ginger, you know, guy with like orange hair and green eyes. Maybe has some freckles in there. Yeah, like a literal ginger. You have another cute tan girl, but she has like, you know, the nice ponytail and whatnot. And then you get to the fifth one, the one that you're like, wait, that's crazy. Muscle mommy. Absolute Amazonian muscle mommy. Look at her. She got that gains, like for real. Let's go. Yeah, she has the absolute gains. Like, my god. Amazonian goddess. Yes, indeed. We have their alt colors, by the way, as well. This one, yeah, he still looks like Will Turner. This one, red instead of beige, which is not bad. Oh, he looks a little emo. Green. This one's not bad. Green's not bad. This one makes me think of that one girl from Pokemon. Like, in Pokemon, I think it was Diamond and Pearl and Platinum. You have, like, this, NPC that accompanies you. Who, like, heals you and, like, she accompanies you with, like, duo battles and she, like, heals you and such. I think her name was, like, Barry or something. Yeah, she kind of makes me think of Barry. And whatnot. But, yeah, or was it Cherry? Was her name Cherry or Barry? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played Pokemon. Let's see. Looks like that MC from that one game from Square Enix. Kind of? I would say it reminds me more like Gravity Rush. If you have heard of that game, there is an MC that kind of looks like this particular type of a character. You know, tan, blonde, red eyes. The world ends with you. Wait, was there a character like that? Oh yeah, kind of, I guess. Like... Oh, I see it. Yeah, like... If you guys ever play Gravity Rush, great game. I fucking love Gravity Rush. It's a good game. But yeah, and then you have Muscle Mommy again, but she's blonde. You got yourselves a blonde Muscle Mommy. If you guys like your blonde ladies, here you go. If you like your tan ladies, here's the one you want. But if you want blonde, here you go, brother. And then you have Hoplits. Hoplits are your tanks. They're designed to tank, essentially, but they do get access to skills that lets them do a lot of, like, physical attacks. Like, they actually have more access to physical skills in this game compared to, like, protectors in the previous game. So because of that, you can technically make your Hoplit, like, a full-on DPSer if you want to, instead of just making them do tanks and such and whatnot. Hell, they even learn, like, a skill that lets them recover HP when they defend, which is really good for, like, their survival. But they also learn this skill here. Attacks on an ally that exceed your HP will be voted. Sorry, voted. Void. That will be void for 1 turn. So in other words, if the enemy, or I don't think, I think the way how this works is that your ally actually needs to have more HP than you. So if your ally happens to have more HP than you, this skill will let you nullify that attack for that turn and whatnot. So yeah, so that means if you just put like a bunch of like, I guess, semi-tanky characters, but they're a little bit fragile, so glass cannon characters, in the same role as your hoplet, you can use Overwatch, and your hoplet's gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna protect you. This is like guaranteed. He's gonna protect you because you're not gonna get any damage, my glass cannon buddy. You're able to go full at it and whatnot. So like, yeah, that's the best way I would describe how Overwatch will work in like in a scenario and whatnot. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. But anyway, they're your tanks essentially. Let's get to their portraits. Literally babysitting them. Yeah. Let's get to their portraits. They're just decked up in full armor. You got an old guy. You have Joan of Arc. Like, Doomer, this is literally Joan of Arc. It's literally... Let's go. Yeah, it's literally Joan of Arc. You cannot tell me without looking at this, and you're gonna be like brunt with me being like, that's not Joan of Arc. I'm like, nope, that is Joan of Arc. She is literally Joan of Arc. Look at that hair. Look at that position. Look at that pose. That is literally Joan of Arc. And then you have the Giga Chad chin. I literally called him that. Like, Doomer, when I did my personal save for Dree, I literally called this portrait the Giga Chad chin. He has the Giga Chad chin for some reason. The Giga chin, yeah. He has the Giga chin. But yeah, you then have another cute girl with like twin tails, which is not bad. I think she's cute. And then you have the 5th portrait. You have a small boy. He's a little tank. Just a little boy. a little guy, essentially. He's gonna be tanking everything for you. Just a little guy. Nah, that's a unit. I guess so. But yeah, you then get to their alternate colors where their armor change along with their eye and hair color. And it's not that much of a difference in my opinion. Like, this one looks nice. This orange hair actually looks pretty good. You have the redhead Giga Chin. He's the Crimson Chin from Fairy Odd Parents. He's the Crimson Chin. He has red hair. He has the Giga Chin and whatnot. Yeah, it's the Crimson Chin. Oh my god, you said it. Yeah, he's the Crimson Chin. And whatnot. This girl has like gray hair, which is not bad. And then the small boy, he's like tan. He has he has green eyes and pink hair. Kind of like that one portrait from the Protector of the first 2 games. There was like that one portrait girl with like the same hair color, like skin and also eye color. So yeah, that's neat. I think that's like a reference to her. And then we get to Buccaneer. Okay, Doomer, I don't like this name either. In the original like DS version, they're called pirates. I don't like the name Buccaneer. I'd rather call them a pirate. And whatnot. Pirates are pretty cool. They're designed to do a lot of follow-up attacks. And they have access to guns and swords. And if you're wondering, like, what's a follow-up attack? Basically, they perform, like, they follow up an enemy, like an ally's attack, if it's, like, a certain element. Like, for example, for Chase Saber, they will perform a follow-up attack if an enemy uses a slash attack on the enemy. And it gets stronger as you level it up, where they can do, like, multiple follow-ups. Like, if you have, like, an entire team that's like, hey, I'm going to be, like, using, like, slash element all the time, and you have your Buccaneer enter, like, Chase Saber, your Buccaneer will just be doing a lot of attacks constantly because you designed that particular team to use slash damage all the time and whatnot. Like, your pirate is gonna be like, oh, hey, Bob just did a slash attack. All right, time to do a follow-up. And then the next person, oh, Jin did another. Oh, Jin did a slash attack too. So I'm gonna do another follow-up, and then, you know, repeat the cycle essentially. And that's the best way I would describe how, like, how the chaser skills work or follow-up attacks work in this particular version of the game. You can do so many follow-up attacks to the point where you can definitely DPS hard with the pirate class. Like, they are literally designed for that. And whatnot. They also learned this skill here, which is also great too, if you want to make them use their regular attack often. Same case with this one as well, where it's based on their agility. And pirates do have one of the highest agilities in the game, so pincushion is a pretty good option for you to give them if you don't want to use chase skills and whatnot. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Why do they even sail the seas? Because they're pirates. They like booty. Like, literally. What else is there? Lady Luck is okay. Limit gauge is... It's fine. I don't really have much to say about those. They like booty. Yeah, pretty much. And whatnot. So yeah, Doomer, ready for the portraits? Here we go. So you have a pirate, you know, you're like, he's a cool looking pirate. You have your typical blonde pirate lady. You're like, yeah, this looks like almost every female pirate you think of when you look up an anime or JRPG character. They always happen to be blonde and blue eye. Let's go, Nami, yeah. And then you have this guy who to be honest with you, I saw this guy and I'm like, yeah, he looks like a protagonist in like a pirate like anime or something. Like, you know, he's a little bit on the young side. He's a little clean. He's kind of like a Jack Sparrow type of a character sort of thing. Like, that's what I thought when I was looking at this guy's design. Oh, hold on. I'm getting called. But yeah, I'm back. Oh my god. My back. Okay. So yeah, you have this guy. And then you have a natural sailor uniform. Like a natural sailor uniform. Like, chat. This is a natural sailor. And whatnot. Let's see, what else you guys wrote down. With exceptions like One Piece waifu, Francis Drake from Fate, and many more I don't remember. Yeah. And whatnot. So what else is there? Oh, okay. So this fifth portrait is my favorite. Like, Chad and Doomer, like, this fifth portrait right here is like my favorite portrait in the HD remaster collection. This one here. This is my favorite. I love this portrait. It's the best one in my opinion. And you're wondering, like, what's the reason? I'm like, okay, redhead, scar, underboob, thick legs. That's it. Those are my only reasons why I like this portrait the most. I like this portrait the most. I love it. It's one of my favorite new portraits. But yeah, let's continue on. You get the alternate colors. This one, he just becomes blonde. You know, blue outfit. Yeah, Frances Drake from Fate. This is literally her. It's literally her. Same hair color, same eye color. She's just missing the scars. They even kept the booba and whatnot. So like, yeah, literally Frances Drake from like Fate, or Ryder from Fate Extra. You have a blonde guy. I mean, yeah, it works. You have a sailor. Sorry, yeah, you have another sailor uniform, but it's like navy color this time, which is actually more accurate to the real life thing. And then you have a blue version of the fifth portrait that I really like. So yeah, that's pirate. IR back. Oh, okay. Hi, Shinx. Hey. Hey, Doomer. Welcome back. I was just finished talking about the pirate. Oh, I can go back for you. Hold on. What was there I was supposed to say to you? I don't remember when you like, I guess, dropped out. When I was like yapping, and also I had like a call to like answer from like family and whatnot. Best girl, best. Yeah. Yeah, you have pirate guy, you have sailor uniform, you have this design, Doomer. I love this design. This is the best portrait in my opinion. And whatnot. Yes, yeah, like reasons why. Redhead, scar, the underboob, the legs. It's the best part. Those are the reasons why I like this portrait. Hosho Marin desu. Yep. Is Marin. Excuse me. But yeah, that's the fifth portrait, and then you have the alternate colors. Blonde guy, Frances Drake from Fate Extra, or Ryder from Fate Extra. She literally looks like her. Like, if you look up Fate Extra and you look up Ryder and you compare that picture with this portrait here, you're like, wait a minute, it's the same person. Like, pink hair, blue eyes, just missing the scar, kept the booba, and whatnot. So, like, yeah, that's all I have to say. You have a blonde guy. You have a sailor uniform, but it's blue. It's navy color this time, so navy uniform, I guess. It looks nice. I do like it. And then you have the same one again, but instead of red, it's blue. Blue color, navy color. And whatnot. Here's the next one, Doomer. You have ninja. Yes, ninja are a class in Etrian Odyssey Tree. Ninjas are real. Their whole gimmick is that they can make clones of themselves. Like, aren't like the 5th portrait almost always female? No, that's not true. You have a girl, a boy, a girl, and a girl. It's not always female. You have a guy in there. Like, the moment you have a guy in there, you can't say it's almost always girls. The moment there's a guy. And when Hoplet's definitely a girl. Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure. But yeah, ninjas, they are designed to be like dodge tanks because they learn this skill here that increases their evasion by a lot, and I do mean like a lot. Like, my god, smoke is really good for dodge tanking. They can even inflict like a lot of status effects to enemies, but they mostly like doing a lot of damage and such. But their main gimmick is shadow clones. You see, they can make a copy of themselves that has the same stat and the same skills as them. It's a straight up copy, like a legitimate copy of themselves. And you're thinking to yourself like, okay, like, is there a benefit to making copies of yourself? There is. There's a skill in the game called Drawing Slash, where when you sacrifice your shadow clone, it lets you hit the enemy multiple times. And how to make it even more cooler is that if you make an entire party full of your clones, it will actually boost up the damage output of Drawing Slash along with the amount of hits it can do. And whatnot. And a lot of the time, when people are like, hey, I want to make a really broken physical team, how can I do it? A lot of people just say like, okay, just have like 2 ninjas, or actually no, just have 1 ninja, have that ninja spam smoke a lot while also making clones of himself. And the moment you do all of that, just use Drawing Slash and then boom. Dead. Enemy dead. Nothing ain't gonna survive. And whatnot. You can even do this to the super boss as well. You can literally 1 round the super boss but with Drawing Slash. One-shot the final boss. You can actually do that. You can do that if you do it correctly and make sure that your ninja has like smoke and other like abilities to increase the damage output. Drawing Slash can 100% like one-shot like a lot of the bosses, especially the final and super bosses. Like, it's ridiculous and whatnot. They are powerful, but they also learn skills that are great for like random encounters, like beheading lets you instant kill them and whatnot. So like, yeah. So here's the ninja designs. You have Sasuke from Naruto. You have a ninja woman. You have Ryu Hayabusa from Ninja Gaiden. You have a cute, clumsy ninja. Look at her. Look how cute she is. You have a cute ninja girl. And whatnot. She's a bit of a klutz, but she's trying her best. Very adorable ninja girl. Oh my god, the reference, yeah. And then you have a flame boy. He's just ready to shoot a fireball. And whatnot. And then you have their alt colors. You know, there's blonde Sasuke. Cool ninja girl with her scarf looking like blue flames. Ryu Hayabusa. Still cute, clumsy girl. And then you have a Dunder boy. Oh, I have like... Wait, she looks so cool. Yeah, like this woman ninja design, not bad. Really cool. I'm a little biased towards the cute girl though. But I have a fun fact for this portrait. So when I was doing my personal save, I picked this portrait. And the reason why was because when I looked at it, it made me thought of a Japanese yokai called the Nue. It's spelled N-U-E, Nue. And the reason why is because of the color making me think of electricity. And if you guys are wondering like what the fuck is a Nue? A Nue is part monkey, part tiger, and part snake. and whatnot. And it's usually known for being lightning element. And I believe there's a folktale where this guy found a dying Nue, and when the ding died, it let out a scream like thunder. So that's why it's like usually thunder element whenever you see in video games and whatnot. So when I looked at this portrait, I just instantly thought of a Nue. So I just named my ninja Nue and just used this portrait because it made me thought of that mythical yokai creature. Like, you kind of get my logic, right? It kind of looks like Electricity Boy. I can see it. Yeah. I'm glad that you guys get it. But yeah, what's the next one? Oh yeah, Monk. So, I'll explain this real quick, Doomer. So, monks are your medics. They heal. They're your medics. But, you can use them for the front lines to punch hard. And whatnot. They learn fist skills, which will let them punch hard. And they learn some pretty good fist skills too. Like, break fire fist, pretty great. Pretty great. Dark fist, pretty good. Paralyzed fist, pretty nice. Like the enemy using healing at magic the wrong way. Yeah, essentially. They learn counter, which is also pretty decent. Retaliate is also pretty nice too. But they also learn healing, like this one here, healing. So they're not using magic, Doomer. They're using pressure points. That's what they're doing. They're using pressure points to heal their allies. It's not magic. Do I hear copium? No, it's not copium. It's canon. They're using pressure points to heal. This is not magic. And whatnot. So yeah, what else is there for me to like, I guess show? Yeah, they just learn a lot of healing spells. Okay, Ninja, hi, how you go? Yeah, sure. What else did they learn? Oh yeah, they learned this. And also, wait a minute, I remember this. This one was decent. But anyway. So yeah, they learned skills that lets them like recover HP when they also use skills in battle and such. So like, you're technically like being able to like, I guess, make your monk survive a little longer because of certain skills like this and whatnot. This one's also great too. Regenerate TP when an ally is defeated. So if you're just like using a team setup where you know for a fact that your allies are gonna die often, you can just like infinitely revive them with your resurrection and shit, and you're just gonna be regenerating TP pretty often. That's so scummy. I mean, it works. It's not like it's not gonna work. It works. So yeah, let's get to their portraits. Alright. So, you have a glasses guy. You know, glasses are good. I like glasses. You have a cute girl, you know, with twin tails. You're like, okay, she's really cute. You have Master Roshi. You got the Master Roshi. The old man. Why are they so skinny and small? What do you mean? They have muscles. This guy has a bit of muscle. This girl, not really. This old man has muscles. Like, look at this guy. He's fit. He may be 80, but he's fit. He got some gains. Age did not hold him back. And then you get to the portrait that I laugh at the most because I like it so much. Yeah, Ranma. From Ranma 1/2. Like, you literally have Ranma from Ranma 1/2. Like, so many people Like, even in Japan, when they saw this portrait, they're like, yeah, it's literally Ranma. Like, there's no denying it. If you look at a picture of Ranma and you compare it to this portrait, you're just like, yeah, this is like the same exact character. Which character can dampen again? That's the Hexer. Back in the first two games. Well, they learned dampen in Etrian Odyssey too. I just want to test something. Alright. No, yeah, they're not in this game, unfortunately, so yeah. And then you get to the fifth portrait, you know, here's your typical martial arts students. You know, he's probably like about to graduate. And why not? He got some muscles in him. And whatnot. Also has like the long ponytail as well. That's like braided and whatnot. Like, actually, this guy kind of reminds me of like a Hong Kong movie I watched when I was younger. Now that I think about it. But anyway, but yeah, they're alternate colors. You know, you have black hair. Actually, what do you mean actually? What is it? Yeah, pink. This one's actually, this one's cute. I like the pink. Huh. And then yeah, Master Roshi getting a tan. Wait, the fourth one looks so familiar. This one here? Guy Ranma. Yeah, it is kind of like Guy Ranma. Like, the black hair and everything. Like, this one's female and this one's male. Like, in terms of, like, their color designs. And whatnot. So, yeah. And then you have the last one where he has the flaming fist. Dark color, flaming fist. Yeah, that checks out. So, that's the monk. Then you have Zodiac. Zodiacs are the mages of Etrian Odyssey 3. What makes them stand out is that, remember Analyze that I've been like kind of yapping about in Etrian Odyssey 2? So the Zodiac is essentially Analyze, but on steroids. And I do mean like it's literally on steroids. Because their whole shtick and gimmick is that, unlike Analyze in the second game, which only does like ×3 damage, in Etrian Odyssey 3, Zodiac learned something similar called Singularity, which instead of doing like ×3 damage, it does ×5 damage. And not only that, but they learned skills like Prophecy, where if an enemy uses a fire attack, your Zodiac is like, nope, and just prevents the enemy from using fire, and then you just counterattack them with your own fire. And whatnot. Like, these are literal counter skills for like fire, ice, and volt. That's what Prophecy does. And whatnot. And they learn Dark Ether. I'll take your skill and you can't do anything about it. Yeah. And then you have Dark Ether. Like, okay, look at this Doomer. One row of allies will be able to use skills at no TP cost. The moment you learn this skill and max it out, you can make an entire row of your allies, you know, spam their skills with no issues because it will cost them 0 TP. Wait, that's broken. Yeah, Dark Ether is so mind-numbingly broken to the point that when Zodiac returned in Nexus, they had to nerf it so that it only reduces by like a certain amount instead of just being like, you know, free TP and whatnot. So like, yeah, Dark Ether really busted. and whatnot. What else is there? Oh yeah, they can use Meteor. Meteor is pretty decent if you want to like do non-elemental damage to the enemy, but it's okay. So like yeah, that's the whole shtick about Zodiac. They take full advantage of having like, you know, giving allies, you know, free TP. Like they can just spam their skills, or they can just do ×5 damage to enemies that are weak against certain elements. Or even like, you know, counter them. Where can I inflict emotional damage? I don't know. I don't think they have a spell like that. They also learned Charge too for like magic element. This is also good too. Like this is a really good skill to have as well. So yeah, let's get to their designs. So the whole gimmick for Zodiac Doomer is that they're just astrologists. They study the stars. So in order for them to understand the stars more, they wield mechanical wings to fly around and then shoot their spells. Essentially. That's the whole point of a Zodiac. Like alchemists, they have metal gauntlets to shoot out chemicals. Then you have Zodiac that has mechanical wings to fly around to predict the stars and shoot spells from it. Like I said, it's literally not magic. It's just science. Lies. No, it's the truth. This is all science, Doomer. There's no such thing as magic in this universe. They'll just make anything just to say that they don't use magic. Yeah. What else is... Oh, oops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh. So yeah, you have their designs, Doomer. You have a guy. You're like, okay, he looks kind of cool. You have a cute girl. You're like, all right, I like the purple. This fits her. I like it. You have a guy who's kind of evil, kind of lacks some sleep. He hasn't slept for days. And then you have a cute tsundere. I literally look at her design and I'm like, yeah, this looks like someone you will make into a tsundere. A literal tsundere. But yeah. And then you have the fifth portrait. You have a glasses girl with big booba, and she's very happy. Lies. Second best girl. Yeah. But yeah, you have a really cute glasses girl for the fifth portrait. Has a bit of booba, but she's cute. And then you have their alt colors. You know, this one's green. This one's silver clothing with some brown hair. This guy still looks sus. You have a pink hair tsundere, which is nice. And then you have a navy glasses girl. Sorry, navy glasses girl. Oh, Zero no Sukai. Dude, I've not heard of that name in a while. Oh my god. That's one of the best isekai anime / light novel / manga in the world. I fucking love Zero no Osukaima. Like, I love it. Like, yeah, this is like, fuck, what was Lewis? Like, what, fuck, what was the name of the tsundere girl? Louis? Lewis? Louise? Fuck, how do you pronounce her name? But I know who you're talking about. It's the tsundere. She's like pink hair, and she's like flat. Lucy, yeah, Lucis, Butters, the Vanny, the 13th, yeah. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will definitely see her as like, as the pink hair tsundere from Zero no Osukaida. Like, definitely. All right, thank you for that, Doomer. Man, I have not seen that in a while, and now that just opened up a bunch of memories. Happy, yeah. And then you have Wildling. All right, I'll try my best to explain this so it, you know, makes sense. So wildlings are essentially beast summoners, like a natural beast tamer, where they summon animals to inflict status effects or to do a lot of damage. And whatnot. Like, for example, you can summon a bird to bind enemy heads, a snake to bind the arms, a mole to bind enemy legs. You can make them summon butterflies to poison enemies. You can make them summon an owl to put enemies to sleep. This is really good. You can make them summon slime. Yes, like actual slime. You can make them summon slime to inflict plague damage, which is a different type of poison on enemies. You can summon cows. Cows are busted. Like, Doomer, cows can hit the enemy multiple times and also have the ability to paralyze enemies. And paralyze is really powerful to the point that you can even paralyze the super boss and final boss as well. And the damage output from the cow is, like, strong too. And you're just thinking to yourself, like, how is a cow so busted? I'm like, I don't know. They're just powerful. Can they summon the gorillas from the last game? I don't think they do have... Yeah, they don't have a gorilla spell, unfortunately. Why is it called ooze? It's just slime. This is ooze. Yeah, War Elephant. War Elephant's also decent too. Like, it doesn't hit as hard as a cow, but War Elephants are good for, like, general, like, cloud clearers if you're, like, doing random encounters. Lion is also great too. For the stunt and paralyze is also really strong as well. And then you have Tiger, where Tiger can instant kill enemies. And what's funny about this is that there is a strat in this game where if you use a Tiger on this particular enemy, it will instant kill it and you can grind a bunch of levels from it. And I believe it's like a boss later on in the game. This is the enemy I'm talking about. There's like a boss later on in the game that you can actually revisit a lot. And if you just use Tiger, the Tiger would just instant kill the boss. And you would just rack up experience at that point. Like, I don't know why they kept it, but it's really powerful and Tiger is great for that. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, you can even make your animal be a meat shield if you want. If you want. You can make your animal take, like, a physical blow for your allies or a magical blow if you want. Personally, I don't do this because it's better to, like, use your animals to do damage instead of just being meat shields. You can even, use this here. This one's really good because lowering down the enemy's defense in this game is actually beneficial. And if you pair this up with your cow, you can do so much damage because of this debuff spell. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyway, got a permacal, yeah, essentially. Yeah, here's their designs. You know, they're just Native Americans or indigenous people from the Philippines or Hawaii. That's literally what their designs are supposed to be, essentially, since this city is based in the tropical setting. Wait, they look so cool. Yeah, they look awesome. Like, you have the guy here. He looks awesome. You have a cute girl. You're like, yeah, she's cute. I like her. And then you have a guy. You're like, okay, he's a little bit small, but he's cool. You have an energetic girl. You're like, oh, she looks happy. I'm glad for that. And then you have the chieftain's daughter. That's what she makes me think of. She's the chieftain's daughter. I swear, the fifth is always a girl. Not always. There's some guys. I already showed you some of them. But yeah, you have the chieftain's daughter, and then you get to their alternate colors. This one's like, ooh, their mask is like kind of silver now. It's like metal. That's nice. This girl's redhead. You're like, pretty cool. Blue, not bad. Blue's pretty good. This girl's still happy as always. And then you have this one. Like, Doomer, when I saw this portrait, I told my friends that when I saw this, I thought, this looks like a Western girl that got adopted by the natives, and she ends up like, you know, becoming part of their culture and like dresses up as them and such. Like, you know, there was like an abandoned like baby, and then the natives are like, oh, well, we can't just leave it here, so it was just adopted and whatnot. So like, yeah, like this is what the portrait makes me think of. Like, they just adopted this like abandoned Western baby, and now she's part of the tribe, and that's why she looks so different from everyone. Like, that's what I think when I looked at this portrait. The redheads from the first two games. Yeah, kind of looks like it. From the first, wasn't there a princess that looked like here? Like from the first cows? I think so. Kind of, I guess. I don't know. We can just move on. Let me check. I don't... kind of. Make you look. Oh. Oh. Oopsie me. Hey, what's there? Oh yeah. Arbalist. Alright, so I'm gonna try my best to explain this so it makes sense, Doomer. They are archers that use giant ballista arrows and cannons. They just lug it around like it's nothing. They are literally designed to do big boy damage. And they're kind of like glass cannons as well. So you're gonna put them in the back. The artillery, yeah, essentially. They learn a lot of good skills too. Like hemi shot, front mortar. This one's pretty good too. Snipe is great. Like, this is a really good skill if you are using a team that uses a lot of status elements. Sharpshooter as well. Strive and Barrage is also pretty good too. Multi-shot is really nice. Cloudbuster is kind of garbage in my opinion, so don't use it. There's a Pop Flare. This one's good. Night Vision, kind of okay. It's not that great. And whatnot. And let's see, Smoke Grenade. Not that good. God, hold on. There we go. Multi-shot is back. Yeah, it's back. It's actually pretty decent this time too. It's actually okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. And whatnot. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Like, they're just kind of glass cannon. They do a lot of damage. You just have to be really careful with them. They're great with accuracy and such. You can even crit. Oh yeah, this one's good too. Like, this makes them good with bosses, like Doomer. Like, look at this. You do more damage if the enemy has more HP than you. So that's practically every boss in the game. This will make you do so much damage to bosses because of it. Like, it's literally designed to kill bosses. It's amazing. But anyway. So here's their designs. You have a Afro Samurai looking guy. Yeah, he kind of looks like Afro Samurai to me. Afro Samurai. You have a tan girl, you know, very cute. This, like, look at this. They're just lugging around these giant ballistas. To them, it's nothing. They're just like, yeah, This is normal. Wait. Is this Gurren Lagann? Kind of. There's some characters I can definitely see belonging to like a Trigger anime studio. And whatnot. Yeah, kind of. You have like a cute girl. You have Sid from Final Fantasy VII. That's literally what this guy looks like. He's literally Sid from Final Fantasy VII. You have a nice, well-endowed girl. You know, kind of like, you know, older sister, like, you know, the older sister that's a little bit more party going, you know, a little bit more energetic. Instead of being like the gentle sister that watches over you, she's kind of like the rowdy party one that kind of encourages you to go outside the box. Oh my god, actually, yeah, she does look like her, like, doesn't it? And whatnot, so like, yeah, you then have this wild guy, you know, he's a bit of a punk, you know, very energetic guy, kind of like a Trigger anime protagonist, you know, very, you know, he's very hot-blooded, he's doing the right thing, I guess. A very hot-blooded man. And then you have their alt colors, which aren't bad. You have redhead, you have like brown. I wonder how many animes are based on someone's playthrough of this game. Probably a lot, given how, when it comes to Etrian Odyssey, it is decently popular in Japan. So, I know, like, Made in Abyss, the guy did explain that he liked Etrian Odyssey, so because of that, he kind of just made his own interpretation of it. And it does help that the map for Made in Abyss is kind of similar to the tree of the Dirt game and whatnot. So, like, yeah, that's like one example like a lot of people want to point out. I know there's like other ones like I think like I forgot what anime it was, but I remember this one anime was like, yeah, I like Etrian Odyssey and Wizardry, so they kind of just made their own version of that. So yeah, I forgot what anime it was. It's not Dungeon Meshi, because Dungeon Meshi was based on Wizardry, because the author for Dungeon Meshi, they love Wizardry. Like, not they, she loves Wizardry because she saw her father play Wizardry right in front of her, and she ended up playing it and she fell in love with it. And she just made Dungeon Meshi to kind of just be like her own interpretation of Wizardry and whatnot. So like, yeah, she fucking loves Wizardry, and Dungeon Meshi 100% shows how much love she has for that series and whatnot. So yeah, so you have another cute girl. You have you have Sid with orange hair. You have a tan girl. Let's go. Everyone loves a tan girl. And whatnot. And then you have this you have this punk with multicolored hair. Definitely Tona from Dungeon Machi. Yeah, yeah, the twin Amazons, yeah. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, for real. Best girls for real, for real. Yeah, they're really great. Alright, so... Oh yeah, I need to explain this, Doomer. The next two classes that are blanked out, in order to unlock them, you have to beat the game 2 times. This is because, remember what I told you that Etrian Odyssey 3 has 3 story paths that leads to 3 endings? The first 2 paths will give you access to the Shogun... Well, sorry, the first story route gives you access to the Shogun class. The second one gives you access to the Gundam class. And then for the third route, that one's the canon true ending. Technically. The keyword is technically. It's technically the true ending. And hey Mizu, how are you? Hey Gil, how are you? Welcome, welcome. I'm just talking to Doomer about Etrian Odyssey. Like, they popped out. Like, sorry, they pop out of nowhere. They start talking to me. I end up talking back. And then I just kind of got into a huge, like, yap session with Etrian Odyssey. And when I was playing it for a bit, I got to the 4th Stratum. And I was just doing some of the side quests and whatnot. So, yeah. I'm learning the ways. Yeah. Oh, nice. Looking at Etrian Odyssey 3 classes too. Yeah, like, I went from, like, explaining about Etrian Odyssey 1, and then I talked about the classes and the designs. And then now I'm, like, just going through each game and just talking about it. Like, I just got so sidetracked hard, and I don't mind that at all. Sounds like my type of podcast. Yeah, definitely. I talk so much about Etrian Odyssey, man. I talk so much. But yeah, so yeah, I just finished explaining, like, Arbalest to Doomer. So I'm gonna explain to them about Farmer. But I also told them, like, the next 2 classes, Shogun and, either Droid or the Gundam class, I didn't unlock them because, like, you know, you had to beat the game twice to get it and whatnot. So yeah, I'm just gonna, like, show portraits of the Shogun and Yujiro, sorry, the Gundam class, as, like, you know, as a way to show it instead of having to, like, you know, beat the game twice. I don't have that time yet. I will stream Etrian Odyssey 3 and I will do all 3 endings, but that's only until I finish 1 and 2. And whatnot. So yeah, here's the next one, Doomer. So we have Farmer. This is my favorite class. I love the Farmer class. This is my favorite class. Like, period. Out of all the classes in Etrian Odyssey E3, Farmer is my favorite. Nice. By that time, maybe they released 4 and 5 on Steam. I wish. Like, yeah. And they release the 3DS games on, like, modern consoles, like on Steam or, like, on Switch, I'll definitely be buying them. And I'll be like, yeah, let's play it together, brother. This is gonna be fun. Especially if, like, they kept the online aspect of it, Gil. Like, you know, you can, like, trade guild cards or the VR codes that you can get, like, free, like, items from and whatnot. Like, that would be so cool. Like, it'd be so fucking cool. I remember the Yuzu Koshiro mentioned also hoping for that. Yeah, I really hope they kept it. But yeah, what was I doing? Farmer. Farmer is my favorite. Reason why. They learn a skill that lets you get a lot of experience from battle. And you're like, oh, this makes it easier to grind. Yeah? Yeah, pretty much. And then they learn Lullaby, which will put both themselves and all enemies to sleep. And you're thinking to yourself, like, how is this good? This is because Farmer has the highest luck stat out of all the classes. And in order for you to inflict a lot of status effects, you need to have a lot of luck. And you're thinking to yourself, like, wait a minute. If Farmer has a lot of luck, that means they can land status effects pretty easily. And I'm like, yeah. That's the reason why. Farmer is funny, but here they like the instant kills from Nexus. Yeah, they didn't have, like, their more offensive kit from Nexus in the original Dream. In the original Dream, they mostly did status effects. And also, you know, grinding teams. Sorry, not grinding. I'm gathering teams. And also a bit of grinding. But yeah, not gonna lie, I saw Farmer and I thought they plant crops in the middle of battle. They do. It's called strange seeds. Yes, it's called strange seeds. They plant seeds to bind all enemy limbs. It's just a mysterious seed. Make do what you have. Do you even know rotten egg? That lets them lower the enemy's strength and also inflict status effects. You just toss a rotten egg at the enemy. And then they learn Braveheart. Oh, Slap Awake. Yeah, I'll show that. Hold on, where is it? Where's Slap Awake? Oh, found it here. Revive an ally, only used in the menu. So if you end a battle with people dead, you can just slap them awake. You can just slap them awake, Doomer. You can just be like, oh, my buddy's dead. Alright, grab the paper fan, just slap him until he wakes up. That's what slap awake is. Walk it off. Yeah, pretty much. And what else did they learn? They learn Harvest and Double Chop, which makes it a lot easier for you to like gather materials from the dungeon to sell for a lot of money. There's also let's see, just a fun time ago I built a full custom Smash Brothers setup for the farm. Yo, that's cool. I want to see that. That's awesome, dude. I love that. That's awesome. I like the modding community for Smash because they do so many funny stuff in it. Like, it's great. Yeah, what else did they learn? Rain or Shine. Oh yeah, Rain and Shine is pretty good. Makes them immune to like traps in the dungeon, so that's cool. But yeah, that's like the whole kit for Farmer. You're just like, okay, so farmers are status effect users. They're good at gathering materials in the dungeon. You can even use them to revive your allies if they die. And whatnot. To which I'm like, yeah, pretty much. That's why I like farmers. They're funny. They're absolutely funny. They get a massive glow up in Nexus, where they actually get access to like more offense attacks and whatnot. It's great. And whatnot. Like I fucking love farmers, dude. They're amazing. They are one of the best classes in Etrian Odyssey 3 for me. I love using a farmer. They always crack me up, no matter what. So yeah, I'm not powerful enough for modding, but I roll everything. That's awesome. That's honestly still great. Let's see, for avatars, I'm thinking they have a hat and some wheat in their mouth. Alright, ready? This guy's carrying sheep. He's your typical farmer boy. You have a cute girl. She just went into the woods to grab some mushrooms. She has a butcher a butcher knife that she's gonna use to cut up stuff. Yeah, another boy. Instead of using a pitchfork, he uses a hoe. That's what it's called. H-O-E, a hoe, to like, you know, plow the fields, to like make them ready for like the plant seeds and whatnot. And then you have Alice. You have Alice from Alice in Wonderland. You have Alice from Alice in Wonderland, or Alice from Megami Tensei. Alice, yes. And then you have an old lady, you know, a gentle grandma. Maybe you can call her Little Red. Well, not Little Red. You can call her Red Riding Hood if you want. Old Red Riding Hood, yeah. Let's see, I can see that I see that portrait whenever I remember the Dead by Alice video. Yeah. I also think about that video too sometimes. But yeah, you have their alt colors. You know, blue, red, not bad. Same case with this one, but she's blonde. Oh yeah, they changed the... Yeah, they changed the hairpin. This one's a cow. This one's a flower. This guy with a black sheep, not bad. Poison mushrooms. And then this grandma's awake. Her eyes are actually opening up. She's about to wake up. And I don't think that's a good thing. This looks like a serious grandma. She's gonna lock in. Yeah, she's definitely gonna lock in. She's gonna get all those materials. So yeah, those are the classes available at the start. I can't show you the Shogun and Ninja Drill right away because I had to beat the game twice. So to make up for that, I have the portraits. Let's see. If you think about the amount of stories in Explorer that old can tell. Yeah. That is true. Oh yeah, Guild. When I was playing Etrian Odyssey 1, I was using the your character, your combat medic. And my god, she killed so much. She killed so many enemies. She was on par with my Dark Hunter and Land Shark. She just killed a lot of things. Like ain't nothing stopping ain't nothing stopping your character. Like all I did was apply a little bit of bust from the Troubadour and she just one-shots everything. But yeah, I forgot to tell her family name, Bonk. Maria Bonk. Yeah. But yeah, what do you guys wrote down real quick? Let's see. Let's go. Definitely 0 if they forget easily. Yeah. So yeah, where's my Etrian Odyssey tree file? Hold on. Found it. Damn it, it's a little too big. Hold on. I need to shrink it a little. There you go. Alright, so Doomer, this is the Gundam class. This is a Gundam. This is a robot. This is the guy design. And then this is the girl design. You know, cute robot girl. She has like little droids that accompany her. Wasn't the Xenoblade Chronicles? I guess kind of. Yuta droid Dex. Yuta droid Denzing, the bringer of Doom and anime girls. Yeah, I guess so. It's Von Helsing, but in robot form. God damn it! I moved the wrong files. Hold on. But yeah, you have the second male design. He has like a tin hat. Like he has like a tin hat. Like he's a tin man. The hat, like his head is like a tin, like helmet. There, that was the word I'm looking for. He has a little like light flamethrower as well. But yeah, what was I? And then you have glasses, robot girl. It has a nuke on the back. Yeah, it has a nuke as well. But yeah, you have a glasses girl. Another nuke character? Yeah. Another character with a nuke. But yeah, we have the girl design for the Gundam class. You know, glasses. Glasses is the best. So this is good. This is good design. I love glasses. But anyway, You have their alt colors. This one, not bad. You know, red and like yellow goldish. It's not bad for the guy. Yep, the girl also kind of like gold with some green. Not bad. Oh, wait, excuse me. I had to burp. Hear me out though. All right, what do you want me to hear you out? Nah, Jake JK. Oh, okay. That's fine. Same nuke character, but he's blue. I mean, it's not bad. He has like a little P on his legs, so that's neat. And then you have the girl design, the glasses one, but with more like, I guess, a bit of more normal hair color, I guess. I mean, it's a robot. It doesn't have hair, technically. But, yeah, I guess normal hair color. But, yeah. Let's see. Just noticed the one male guy looks like an enemy from Heaven's Gate. Yeah, it kind of does. It looks like the night enemy. Right? Yeah, like it does. Yeah, Gil, it does look like the enemy from Heaven's Keep, like the night enemies you face like later on. Or is that one robot guy from Hyperdimension Neptune? Yeah, like that one guy. Fuck, what was his name? It was like the one like hacker guy that like hacked into like Last Station's like database and shit. Yeah, that also works too. So yeah, they do get a 5th portrait, Doomer, and this is what it looks like. Where is it? There you go. This is the 5th portrait for the Gundam class. You got yourself Gurren Lagann. A literal Trigger, like, anime monk, like, sorry, a literal, like, mecha from Trigger. Can't hide it from me. Nah, it looks like, your typical Trigger anime mecha. Like, this looks like something straight from Gurren Lagann. Like, look at this. This looks awesome. I love it. It even has a second color, which I think is even more cooler. Actually, though, yeah. It's about to go Gear 5. Yeah, it's gonna go Gear 5. And then you have the alternate color. It's like a dark night. Like a dark mecha. And whatnot. Like, look at this. Like, flame eyes from hell. Has the dark armor. That's a little bit damaged and shit. Like, this looks so cool. Like, this looks like a rival character. Or maybe, like, the evil counterpart to the main character's mecha. And whatnot. Like, it's so fucking awesome. I love it. It's so cool. But yeah, that's for the Gundam class. So let's show the Shogun class, and then I'll end stream there because I am feeling tired. I am feeling really tired. So we'll just show the Shogun, and then I guess we can call it off there. Okay, yeah. Where's the show? Found it. So you have the Shogun class. They're just like the Ronins. They use katanas. Wait, I need to shrink them. They can dual wield. They also learn skills to tell their allies to do certain actions. Like, they learn commander skills and whatnot. Like, they can tell their allies, like, hey, can you do, like, a follow-up attack and such? And, you know, they will do it. Oh, she looks super cool. It's a male. This is a male portrait, Doomer. It's a dude. He's a dude. I mean, sure, you can headcanon if you want to make this one like a cross-dresser girl and whatnot. Like, you could do that if you want, but this is male. Like, this portrait is male. They look like 100% anime protagonists. Yes, they do. Indeed. And then you have the female shogun, you know, kind of serious. Has her hair tied up. And whatnot. The more I look at this, the more I'm like, yeah, she kind of reminds me of like one character I remember from a manga, where she's like a samurai character. I forgot the name. Wait, okay, what is it? Wait, Kaguya. Wait, I need to read this properly. Kaguya Horai-sen. Fuck, who was that? Let me look it up. Who was that? Kaguya. Oh, it's from Toho. Yeah, she does look like someone from Toho. Yeah. Now you mention it, she does look like someone that you could put into Toho. She's the Cinderella love interest in an anime set in old Japan. Yeah, that too. That one also works. Let's go to the next one. You have an old man. This is the old man Shogun and whatnot. He looks like the Ronin from the first two games. Like, you know, he just wears armor now instead of being like shirtless. This is what this portrait makes me think of. And whatnot. So like, yeah, old man squad. Yes, you can make yourself an old man. You then have the second female for the Shogun class. You know, this one, kind of a kudere, in my opinion. She has like, you can kind of make her into like the, I forgot the Japanese term for it. It's like the traditional Japanese woman. I forgot what the Japanese name for it was, but she kind of makes me think of that. You know, it's something you expect from like, you know, people going like, oh man, I like a traditional Japanese woman. You know, the ones that are like, you know, elegant, gentle. They're the ones they learn like let's say this. It's they learn tea ceremonies. They know calligraphy and whatnot. You know, the traditional Japanese woman. Yamato Nadeshiko. Yeah, that is correct. You got it correct. That is the Japanese term for the traditional Japanese woman. That is the actual word. And when the kudere twin of another shogun. Yeah. And whatnot. You didn't have the alt colors. Like, this is for the first guy one. That's his alt colors. Not bad. It's like blue armor. And then you have a weeaboo. You got a weeaboo. Yes, I'm not joking. We got ourselves a fucking weeb. She's a foreigner. She just likes Japan. And she's like, yes, I'll be Japanese. And she just dresses up like them. That Smiley Shogun is my top favorite portrait in the series. Yeah, it's a really good design. I do like it. It's a fucking weeb. The weeb team, yes, a literal weebaboo. She's gonna talk in broken Japanese. And then you have the old man. Oh, look at that. Old man looks serious now. Look at that. He has glowing red eyes. He's like, hell yeah. You got the ice sperm. Why do you call it that? It's the flame eyes. It's not ice sperm. Paint the eye blue and you have Sam's. Yeah. Yeah. You make it blue, it's Sam's. Or blue exorcist. Black rock shooter. Yeah, black rock shooter also works too if you make it blue. But yeah, you have the serious looking old man now. And where's the next color? Oh yeah, here's the next one. Another weeaboo. But she's more serious this time. She's not gonna speak in broken Japanese. She actually knows the culture. We got ourselves another weeaboo. That one girl from Bleach. Wait, Orihime? Is that who you're talking about? Orihime? Like the orange hair one? Or are you talking about the big booba one? The I forgot what that one. I forgot what her name was, but okay, I got it right. Orihime. Yeah. Kind of like orange hair, blue eyes, yeah, kind of. Yeah, like orange color and such. Yeah. Checks out. That one went to Japan in vacation versus the one that studied in exchange for 1 year. Yeah, pretty much. Let's get to the new portrait for Shogun. All right, here you go. Not like, look how cool this is. That's great. Yeah, it's so cool. It's like a ghost samurai sort of thing. Like, you can't see his face, so you're thinking like, okay, it's probably like a person. Or maybe it's like a ghost. Like, you know, just a ghost possessing the armor. He looks like he actually has a purpose. Yeah. Like, it's just like a supernatural, like, Shogun, in my opinion. Like, actual supernatural and whatnot. He's just, like, kind of a ghost or something. Like, he kind of reminds me of, like, that one boss in Ninja Gaiden, like, 1, where it was, like, a ghost samurai and whatnot. Kind of fit to be a Sentai villain, too. Yeah, that, too. Like, he does fit that role as well. And then you get to his alt color. Look at that. Oh, what's that? Let me zoom in. What's that? It's an eye. It's a human eye. I wonder why. Like, the armor is kind of cracked a bit, especially for the helmet. Like, you actually see the human eye. And one that makes you go like, huh, I wonder. Also, his katana is like bright, like a lightsaber for some reason. His katana is like red, like a lightsaber. Nah, he got weaker. Are you sure about that? He looks like, it looks like, he went Two-Face, yeah. Yeah, something around that line. So yeah, this is like the second coloration for Shogun. For the new 5th portrait. So yeah, pretty cool. This is awesome. I like it. So let me go back to the old portrait I was using before for this one. And then I'll end stream. And then battle ends and the armor breaks in as a woman. Dude, that will work. Like, legitimately. Like, if you're gonna go with that particular type of, like, a character, then yeah, this particular design works to a T. Like, goddamn. But yeah, just like that. Yeah, so that's it, guys. I need to go end stream now. That's the woman under the armor. Yeah. All right, man. I've been talking a lot. Holy shit. Like, I did some gaming, but like, man, I just started yapping hard. I started to yap really hard, dude. But I'm glad for that. I like talking about my games and such. Thank you for the stream today. Yeah, no problems, Doomer. I appreciate it. Like, I hope I see you again when I stream next time and everything. So time for me to wrap up stream. I'm not gonna do a recap because you guys already know what I did. I literally yapped so hard. I just yapped really hard about Etrian Odyssey and whatnot. Like, I just yapped incredibly hard, but I like it. I like yapping. It's fun. I like talking about, like, stuff I really enjoy. Glad to be here, only if it's for the end. Yeah, no problems, Gil. I appreciate you, like, coming by and, like, you know, saying hi and such and hanging out. Didn't yap enough. Yeah, I could definitely go more yapping, but I am tired now, so I need to end stream and whatnot. For the schedule, I can't do one in the weekends. I have stuff to do. So I believe I have some free time on, I believe, Monday. Yeah, the upcoming Monday. So like February the 3rd. I do think I have some free time there. So I can definitely do like a stream. I'll probably play a little bit of Etrian Odyssey. Well, no, I want to start the game. Not start. I want to show the game that I wanted to show to you guys today other than Etrian Odyssey, but, you know, because of my yapping session, I ended up taking too much time. So on Monday, I will show the game that I wanted to show you guys from this stream. And after, like, maybe an hour or two of it, I'll probably go back to Etrian so I can, like, continue on with the story and such. So, yeah, I hope that makes sense to you guys. So, yeah, that will be the schedule. I would say stream for the following Monday, and it'll be at the usual time, like 11 a.m. PST time. I'll try my best to get on stream like a little earlier so I can like get everything set up and whatnot. So yeah, that will be the schedule. So now that I'm done telling you guys the schedule, it's time for me to say my thanks and my goodbyes to you all. So thank you all for watching me. I appreciate it. Those who've been lurking, I appreciate the support. You guys are cool. Those who've been chatting with me, I enjoy the conversations we have. I'm so happy you guys let me yap more than usual, and it's so fun. Like, my God, I've not had such a good yapping session for quite some time. So I appreciate it. And also thank you for wishing me like a good weekend, Gil. I hope your weekend goes well too. And thank you for the thank you, Doomer. I appreciate it. So like, yeah, like always, thank you guys for just chatting with me as always. You guys make streaming pretty great for me. So yeah. Happy Friday. Yay, happy Friday too. What else did I talked about early on in the stream? Oh yeah, I talked about some gaming news with Shinx as well. So that one was also good too. It's nice to hear some new news for games. But yeah. Um so like I said, thank you as always. So time for me to say goodbye. So have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Mizu saying goodbye. Goodbye. Oyasumi. Yeah, oyasumi. Bye bye all.